Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment. Oh, the book is strange, like clockwork orange. Keep your eyes buttered till the end. Which you are going to be. Inside the mirror, do you see someone else in the body? Transform me 1 hand, 2 hand, 3 hand. Turn around, save like a doggy till I finish my beat. Cut it off, cut down your nose. All the silver loyalty is gonna get you killed. You make robot or convenient theories for the puppets on TV. There is comfort in this race. If you're gonna control me, at least make it interesting theatrically. How does it feel to be free? Why don't you try it yourself? The gate opened on me, so I leap down, down, down I go. I tell myself I'm a tough girl. Down, down, down I go. I could never, ever, ever touch the soil. My heart goes right, my head goes left, and end up on your bed. Sure, I'll be your marionette. Here, tug on my thread. Spread me a bit for dirty pink Snow White artificial beauty. Maybe we're all Komashi stuffed in the human skin with human sins sewed up by the gods of city. Cut it out, you've already lost all the precious bravery. It's gonna get you hurting. They wrote the feet on them and already made the self-centered belief. The truth is, if you're gonna replace me, at least have the audacity to kill me thoroughly. When does it hit for me? Think I am done with everything. Now I'm ready to leave. Dragging out 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. Connect our hands when I no longer can live on knowledge alone. You gave me hopeful curiosity. You're still happy answers are for my discovery. What's the color of the electric sheep you see? And if you love me, can you love your everything too for me?
Hello everyone, welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Hear that? It's lying coldly because I think today's the day. I think it's time for I think it's time for Edgeworth to make his triumphant return once again. Man, it's been so long. Because he wasn't in Apollo Justice, so yeah. I mean, I guess we did play Investigations, but still, seeing him in a court of law is different. Yeah. So Turnabout for tomorrow. I mean, it's certainly an interesting setup, right? We are able to clear Starbuck of guilt, but in the process, Athena ends up being the one whose fingerprints were on the I forgot what it was, but the thing that like fingered the murder weapon had Athena's fingerprints on it. Then we also know that Athena has some connection to what happened 7 years ago in the at the Space Center, because obviously 7 years ago at the Space Center there was another bombing, or at least a bombing threat, and another astronaut, I believe, was killed. Probably that 4th person in the photo with with all the members of the Space Center. Now we know that the person who ended up being convicted of the crime was Simon Blackquill, right? Although, yeah, because we saw something with like a katana was used as the murder weapon, which is probably why he was blamed, since he's the twisted samurai. Hi Sid and Don, how's it going? I'm doing good. But yeah, it's clear that Athena seems to have witnessed the crime, right? Because we saw her with like next to the pool of blood and like the katana and her covered in blood. So she probably witnessed the crime, but the question is, what relationship does Athena have to the Space Center? Because obviously Apollo is related to the Space Center through his friend Clay, or was. Blackquill is related to the Space Center through his sister, Aura. What is Athena's connection? Why was she at the Space Center when that went down? I mean, the robots like Ponko did seem to be quite familiar with her, which she played off as it being just, oh yeah, she's visited here with Apollo before. But clearly she's been here before that. And Aura seemed to refer to her as, was it the princess or something like that? So, interesting. Yeah, I did notice back during Turnabout Academy, when Athena froze up, Blackquill was the one that sort of hinted at knowing something of her past. Like, if you keep freezing up like this, how are you gonna find him? Or I think it was something like that. Now the only him I can think of is that has to be the Phantom that Blackquill has been after all these years, who is probably likely the true culprit of what took place at the Space Center 7 years ago. And that's also the person whom Athena is trying to find. Athena is also likely trying to catch the same person that Blackquill is. It's likely the person who, committed the murder of Clay and did the, bombed the thing. And it seems like the Space Center director knows something about this, because obviously, he took the bombing threat seriously. He didn't want to tell anyone, but he made sure to swap around the Space Museum and the launch pad so that Clay and Starbuck wouldn't get caught up in the bombing, because he knew the bomb was coming. Yet he seemed absolutely terrified, on the stand. I had a feeling it wasn't the director. That was the only thing that really made sense. But at the same time, the facts just didn't line up properly. It didn't work. So there's clearly someone who we probably haven't met yet that is behind everything. And we're gonna, I guess, just dive right into this. This is it. This is case 5. This is gonna be the big one, right? What the whole story has been leading up to with Athena and Apollo going off on his own. Get your tinfoil hat? Oh, absolutely. I am so excited. Also, welcome, Ymir. I do not know how to even begin to try to pronounce that, but welcome. I haven't seen you around before, so nice to have you join us. Yeah, let's just hop right into it. I think we're gonna get the main thing. Okay, the main thing I wanna see as soon as we get into it is who are we playing as? Because I'm gonna be very disappointed if we're playing as Phoenix Wright again. I'm gonna be honest. Vowel keys didn't work. I mean, depending Y can act as a vowel sometimes. I don't want to play as Phoenix anymore. He's so much better whenever he's not the playable character. Don't get me wrong, it's partly because I want to play Apollo and Athena, because I enjoy them as characters, but it's equal parts. I think Phoenix works better as a character when he's not the playable character. And instead it can be like this wise mentor. Hobo, yeah, exactly, Hobo Phoenix, my favorite, my beloved. So I'm hoping we're not playing as Phoenix again in this case, though considering Edgeworth is coming back, we probably are playing as Phoenix. Still, I feel like it'd be much nicer to actually do this trial as Athena and have her actually be able to resolve her, this 7-year-old incident and clear her name on her own. Or at the very least, do it as Apollo. But Apollo is not. Apollo is off doing his own fucking thing, which I have no idea what's going on with that. But I'm excited to find out. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. Let me pull up the chat on my phone while we open up the game. All right. Follow Justice, Ace Attorney Collection. Blackquill and Athena can't catch a break, and Phoenix must step in to save the day. Ah, but that's so boring. I love Apollo. Apollo is easily my favorite. I prefer playing as Apollo much more than Phoenix. And Athena is fantastic too. I love her as well. So I don't know. I think going back to Phoenix as the protagonist was a very bad mistake. Like, I understand why they did it. Apollo Justice didn't sell well, so they thought, okay, maybe people just didn't, people wanted to play Phoenix right, and they couldn't, so that's probably why it didn't sell well. If Apollo and Athena are here, where's Poseidon? Well, Zeus is currently in jail for murdering prosecutor Neil Marshall and Detective Bruce Goodman, but don't know what Poseidon is up to. Nerf him harder, man. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Because, like, one of my favorite thing about Hobo Phoenix is that because he's not the protagonist, he can be this sort of super smart, like, man behind the curtain who's always, like, manipulating everything that goes on behind the scenes, and then that's part of what I really like about the Mason system. Yes, the Mason system has its issues, but I really like that it's essentially like we get to see everything that Phoenix has been doing behind the scenes this entire game, Oh shit, hold on. Let me actually watch the intro. I think it was No One Can Escape Their Pasts. I watched this again yesterday to just get screenshots that I could make a thumbnail. Sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. Yeah, so Blackquill is clearly, well, I mean, that looks pretty damning if I'm gonna be honest, but I gotta believe in my heart of hearts that Blackquill is innocent. But we'll see. No matter how far we run, our past remains. Actually, that is an interesting question. Ever present is the moon in the sky. Yeah, and then we have Apollo looking at the moon after the courtroom bombing. I do wonder if, look at my boy. He looks so cool. I just hope he keeps the fucking jacket over his shoulders forever. It's so good. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. The dark age of the law. But only in doing so can we truly make peace. Move on in hope towards tomorrow. Very cool intro. I'm so excited for this, guys. Ooh, December 20th. So this is similar time scale to the DL6 incident. Interesting. Well, and I guess also Turnabout Big Top, but we don't talk about that one. Mason investigation is my favorite investigation. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Mason is, despite its flaws, the best investigation in the entire series. Past could hurt, but you could run from it and learn from it. The bamboo guy from the Lion King. What's up with the moon symbolism? Well, because the whole thing is revolved around, Clay Terran and the Space Center. So, like, I'm guessing Clay probably... Also, like, the moon is very significant in Japanese culture. So it makes sense that, like, as an astronaut, it would probably be a big thing for them to try to want to go to the moon. So, I'm guessing Apollo looking at the moon is like, oh, thinking about Clay. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. All right, we're starting off. All right, not a great start. We're off playing as Phoenix. God damn it. But yeah, as I was saying, the problem with then playing as Phoenix after his role in Apollo the Justice is that either you have to make him significantly dumber, you have to either nerf him to back to how he was in cases in games 1 through 3, or otherwise he would just basically solve all the cases for you, which is why I think he works much better, especially as this more mature Phoenix, as the as the sort of wise mentor. But it's fine. It's probably being questioned at this very moment. I am also wondering if we'll be able to clear Blackquill's name along the process, because obviously the main thing here is going to be defending Athena, but I wonder if in the process we'll actually be able to overturn Blackquill's conviction and save him as well. What's up with the moon? The moon symbolizes cycles, hidden illusions in tarot. Yes. That is true. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo's gone off on his own to seek his own truth, whatever the fuck that means. My pursuit of truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. Do we still have all the evidence? We do. So yeah, this is basically just a direct continuation of 5-4, which is an interesting way to handle it. Sorry, let me just go over everything real quick, just to remember where we're sitting. The right office is cursed. You're either dead or accused of a crime. Yeah! Like, Phoenix has gotten accused of, like, multiple... Phoenix has gotten accused of 3 different murders, if I remember correctly, right? Because obviously, the murder, that, Dahlia committed while he was in art college, when he was Feeny, he was also... They also tried to charge him with the murder of Mia in the second day of Turnabout Sisters. And then he got charged with the murder of fucking Shady. So, right, Athena. This Trucy portrait is still incredibly cursed. Clay, Junie, Solomon, Simon Blackquill. Yeah, convicted of the murder in the Space Center 7 years ago, chasing the phantom he saw back then. Oh, he saw someone. I think I might have missed that last time. Right. Bobby, Candace, right, because they knew that a bomb was probably going to go off. Yuri, Clonko, or Clonko. Yeah, and she fucking hates lawyers, especially prosecutors. Interesting. Yeah, and I think the thing that actually got Athena convicted right was the lighter. Sorry, not convicted, charged. It's not over yet. Yeah, because, like, the thing is, right, okay, let me try to remember. So, Aura's statement, yeah, she saw the killer holding this lighter while they had their knife in their hand. That was likely before the murder was committed. The killer then stabbed the victim with the knife. Blood got on the lighter. It's at that moment that Yuri Cosmos entered the room, saw the killer, was fired upon. That's when he spotted that the killer had the lighter on him. Then he goes into the room. The killer has ran off into the Space Museum. Yuri then swaps them back, and then the killer runs away. The lighter is then found at the Space Museum, meaning that it could only have been dropped by the killer himself, because he's the only one that ever had it in his possession. So the question is, I mean, yeah, the biggest question, it's not really an issue of like, oh yeah, why aren't the killer's prints on it? Because, like, it's just, they could have just wore gloves. But it's, yeah, it's interesting. where did Athena's prince come from, right? This is, my only guess is that this lighter was somehow involved in the incident 7 years ago, and that Athena's prince got on it then, right? And that the killers just kept this lighter with them for 7 years in case they ever needed to convict, in case they ever needed to frame Athena for a crime, you know? Which is interesting, you know? Because it, the question is there a reason specifically to frame Athena, or was he just looking to get out of guilt, by, you know, throwing the blame on anyone, whoever, right? That just explains why, because, like, it was, the murder took place in daytime, right? I don't know if we have a, I don't remember if we got a time period. No. I mean, we've heard it, but it's not in our thing. But yeah, the murder took place during daytime. There was an open window into the room through which Aura Blackquill was able to look in, right? Meaning that the room was not pitch black, right? The killer should have been able to commit the murder without needing the extra light from the lighter, I believe. Which means the lighter could have only existed as a method to pin the blame on Athena from the start. That's the only thing I can think of. You're an audience for years. That's insane dedication or diabolical planning. I mean, the stamp and nail polish. I mean, like, fucking Kristoff literally just had a plan to just have to prevent what's her face, Vera Misham from testifying. That took 7 years to go off. He gave her fucking poison nail polish, knowing that she bites her nails, and told her that if she ever goes outside, she should wear the nail polish so that she could be safe. That way, if they ever tried to drag her out to court to testify against him, she would paint her nails with the nail polish. Then as soon as she started getting cross-examined on the stand, she would bite her nails and fucking die of atroquinine poisoning. And that fucking timed bomb took like 7 years to finally hit. But then it did at the exact moment they had planned. Like, that's like a 7-year-long like insurance is like not exactly out of the plus it's, I mean, 7 years is a bit more, but like the SL9 incident, right? Chief Gantz keeping the piece of Neil Marshall's vest with Emma's handprints on it, like he kept that around for a long time as well, even if it was, you know, less time. It was only about 3 years, I think. I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But now Athena's the only one being accused. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Seven years of nail polish? Well, no, because she never used the nail polish that much, because she didn't go outside much. She would only use the nail polish whenever she did go outside, because that's the only time that she would be a risk to Kristoff, right? The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. That Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Juicy. I needed that push. Juicy's right, the trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. I'm gonna prove Athena's innocence. I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off you go then! We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence! Great! Before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Is there any evidence left at the office? Okay, so what did we get rid of? A couple of things, like the bullets. Okay. Nina's probably still in the middle of being questioned. Actually, yeah, why did we get rid of the bullets? Didn't, like, we know one of the bullets was fired by the killer, so, like, that seems, like, pretty important for, like, ballistic matching or whatever. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Alright, so we got Phoenix and Trucy teaming up. You know what? Honestly, this is actually an interesting team up that I've been kind of wanting to see, so I'm not gonna be too I'm not too bummed out about that one.
I still can't believe Apollo really left us.
It's so sudden.
Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks.
I don't think it's your fault, Trucy.
But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. Ah!
I really don't think it was your fault. I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. Apollo single-handedly keeping the Right Anything Agency afloat.
How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy! Calm down, hero. A conspiracy, huh? Oh. Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure.
Yeah, first of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with Fuzz hot on our tails.
Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day?
Now I guess presenting your attorney's badge. It's like your quick check, huh, Daddy?
Okay. She's already spoken on most of this evidence, but we might have some new stuff.
Daddy, you should be careful about showing evidence.
You know, honestly, this is one piece of evidence I would not mind you making disappear. Let's do a little bit of evidence tampering. How's about that? No one is at the detention center. I guess she's being questioned right now. Number 20, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Yuri! Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead! Nope, he's avoiding me. Director! Yeah, he scooted away. To be fair, we did kind of, humiliate him in court today, so...
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Alright, let's keep going. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Ah! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yeah, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly to space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. I was coming out of the detention center. I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I don't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. That's my girl! Oh! When the darkest of times are when a defense attorney has to force their biggest smiles. She fucking took that and ran with it. She's running a fucking marathon right now with that phrase. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. All right, you know, I like the smile, but there's the other lesson that you need to teach. You need to teach your proteges, Phoenix. A defense. A lawyer can only cry when it's over. Crush mug.
Yeah, she held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena.
There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind.
We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm gonna give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you.
I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to.
Yeah, I'm glad we've come full circle with the lawyers must force their biggest smiles line, because it's such a good line. It's kind of a continuation of Gatto's a lawyer can only cry once it's over, once it's truly over. It's kind of a continuation of that, which I quite like. It's nice to see that sort of like that philosophy be transferred from Diego to Mia to Phoenix and then to Apollo and Athena. It's really nice.
I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched for the Space Museum.
Look at made director Cosmos do such a thing. Probably a bomb threat.
I have the funniest idea. Oh, there never was gonna be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew.
I imagine he must have. Surely you would have noticed when you went to board the rocket.
It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worthless than space debris.
One of the few good things to come out of Gatto's mouth. Well, okay, the thing is that didn't come out of Gatto's mouth. That came out of Diego Armando's mouth. Diego Armando was a fantastic defense attorney. He's just a terrible prosecutor. And I've been recently watching a playthrough of Ace Attorney. And one thing that I'm noticing with Gatto is that he's not only bad at prosecuting because he's trying to, because he only cares about getting his revenge on Phoenix. He's also bad at prosecuting because he acts too much like a defense attorney. There's a point where, he has a crucial piece of evidence, and Gumshoe's like, well, why don't you give me that piece of evidence before, sir? You could have saved me so much embarrassment during this cross-examination. And God is like,
the safest place to keep evidence has always been in my own pocket, detective.
Which is, exactly what Phoenix does. So, Gatto is a fantastically well-written character who just happens to be a terrible prosecutor. I don't know if you were, I don't know if you're in, I don't think you're in the Discord, but I posted a joke, earlier that it's like,
I am the legendary prosecutor Gatto.
Has never won a case before. Proceeds to lose every single case. Gets convicted of murder. It's legitimately one of the funniest shit in any video game.
Is he gonna be alright, Daddy?
There's so many parallels between Hobo Phoenix and Gatto. Yeah, and in Trials and Tribulations, Phoenix and Gatto actually kind of echo Phoenix and Edgeworth, with Gatto being a newbie prosecutor who's out here trying to who's prosecuting solely because of this other person. Just like in the first game, Phoenix was a newbie defense attorney who was only defending because of Edgeworth, who was a seasoned veteran, just like Phoenix was a seasoned veteran. But yeah, Hobo Phoenix as well.
His confession looks as dark as a black hole.
That's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder?
No, really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all.
Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for.
Hey, I heard something from the police, though. Said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down the trash chute.
Just as I thought. Culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding the gun Mr. Starbuck? Holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell.
But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short?
I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and someone... light came in, I should have been able to see.
The door. Ah, yeah. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean the Launchpad and Space Museum are switched right now?
Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court.
So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us?
Sure, just let me have my print scan here.
Cool. Let's go see if we can find, Bobby! The Launchpads get switched back and forth a lot.
Well, back in the Space Museum was Launchpad 2. They used to switch the pads around at times.
But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Right. Because, frankly, the Space Center needs the money.
I hear ya. Times sure are tough, yeah. Science funding is always tough.
Eddie, let's check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go.
Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
All right.
Ooh. Funky.
New angle. A leaf. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck at the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are a lot of trees around the Space Center.
That's actually probably true. Someone tracked them in. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Do they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Interesting.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? Huh, leaves. What the hell? Yeah, and they shouldn't be from shoes because that's not in the... Like, if you were walking out this door, you wouldn't sidestep into that area. So, huh. This is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yeah, this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So, when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either.
That's right, Tracy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. And they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Going fingerprint to the launchpad side, right? So anyone that's inside can get out, which is, you know, probably makes sense so that people don't fucking get locked in and starve to death. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor was built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Okay. That's all we got. Some new info on the door, and well, we don't even have the leaves in our evidence, I guess. Anyway. Okay. Nothing I can think that might be. I think I've shown him most of this. Okay. Okay. Hey, who do we got here?
Curse the wretch who swallowed my good name! Reverse course and full speed away!
Director Cosmos, wait!
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
And the mobility system has been compromised!
Juicy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires! What the fuck?
And the streak continues! Trusty, you're gonna fucking kill someone!
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks he's practicing. You do not throw a knife at someone and then immediately hit the it's the typical Ace Attorney gameplay. Throw the entire evidence warehouse and see if a reaction happens.
My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It's been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up!
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. I fucking love Cosmos.
Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
He's got a banger theme as well. Yeah, whoever said Trucy was a bad assistant, I mean... Can Maya do that? Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, use your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands are tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship's been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
Okay, triple Psyche Lock, not too bad. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Psyche Lock if I want to get to the bottom of this. Okay. I don't know if we have the evidence for that yet. So let's avoid that for now. Actually, we can just take a look at what we want, what we're gonna need here. So let's actually do that. Take that! You know it's some weird kinky secret when you see 5 locks show up? My favorite Psyche Lock, I'm gonna be honest, is when is during Farewell My Turnabout, Goat Case, where Wendy Oldbag has 5 Psyche Locks on her, and then all you need to do is you just bribe her with an autograph from Juan Carita, and all 5 locks immediately disappear. It's the funniest shit. But no, the ones you really got to be worried about are those black Psyche Locks that were on I think we've only seen them on Kristoff, and I still have no fucking clue what they mean. And the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything that you're hiding about switching the 2 launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see. Where to start? Well, that would be an interesting, you know, Ace Attorney 7 has its another time skip and Phoenix is now, like, in his 60s or whatever. That'd be cool. How old is Cosmos, actually? 62, yeah. To prevent the moment, yeah, to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts are raring to go out into a authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Yeah, you must have been working with Clay. Because there was no way for, Starbuck wasn't an issue, but yeah, you must have been working with Clay. You must have gotten Mr. Tarrant to help you. Ah! He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then Mr. Starbuck, in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Ah! Someone help! Please help this poor prisoner of war!
How was he able to spin around like that? Entirely, manually operating that spin right there. You really want to save the astronauts' lives. Shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
Had I done that, do you think I would have gotten to all that trouble?
I guess it was a compelling reason why you couldn't call it off. How did you know to switch the paths in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, it's because I was warned in advance. Once I received the warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut's safety.
It was just a warning. And it could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
Finding another launch, right. So this is the same person that sabotaged Hat 1. Why does this random... This has gotta be like a world-class hater, Fucking Kendrick Lamar, let me say, I'm the biggest hater. Imagine, I have no idea what this guy's motivations are, but it could just, the thought of this guy just holding on to a lighter for fake evidence for 7 years, just so that the second this guy tries to launch a rocket ship, he just decides to, detonate multiple bombs and frame multiple people for murder. This is world-class hater shit. This might stack up against, against Kristoff. The bomber said it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously. Guess the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Yeah, 7 years ago. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same one who was involved. Obviously no. It was, the Hat 1 miracle. The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by a current killer, wasn't it? Yeah, I suspected it. I knew it had to have been sabotage, and I suspected that possibly Yuri was the one that had done it, because obviously he'd be in a position to do so. Though I didn't really have a motive clear. But yeah, this other phantom, that Blackquill and Athena have been after. Who could they be? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
Ah! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on the next serviceman?
That's also kind of why I wish we were playing as Athena, because this case is so connected to Athena and Blackquill. If it ends up being Phoenix and Edgeworth litigating it in court, I'm gonna be so disappointed, because this feels because it's something so important. Phoenix and Edgeworth have literally no connection to this case. I am sorry. Athena, Blackquill, and Apollo are both directly tied into this case. They should be the ones in court litigating this. So if this just ends up being Edgeworth versus Phoenix again, I'm gonna be very fucking mad.
Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Please, tell me more about that. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle.
I let my guard down.
Capcom wants to milk Edgeworth, seeing as he's the fan favorite. I mean, yeah, fair. I mean, I love Edgeworth. I just feel like he shouldn't come in when the fucking story, the story should fucking revolve around him. He can have his own fucking, he can have his little investigation games. That's fine. They're great.
I let my guard down. I thought the summit too had been caught, and that the case is closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. Murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This would be directed. Cosmos thought was the culprit. Wait, what? Ah, right, yeah, because Blackquill was arrested. Simon Blackquill, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. Well, Prosecutor Blackquill is behind bars, he got another threatening call. That the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago. It isn't Simon Blackquill. Overused is the most overused and overrated character in the series, to be honest. I don't hate him, though. I don't think he's overrated. I think every bit of love that Edgeworth gets, he absolutely deserves. I think I would easily call him one of the best written characters in all of video games. That being said, he is definitely overused. Like, the original trilogy was fine, right? He did his, obviously he was the main prosecutor in case 1, in game 1. Game 2, he only comes back for Farewell My Turnabout. I still think, it would have been nice to have, Franziska play a bigger role in that case, but I think Edgeworth trying to essentially teach Phoenix what it means to be a defense attorney was really nice and really well done. And then in case 3, he was only there for 1 day when Phoenix was recovering, and got to have a little stint as a defense attorney, letting his sort of character arc go full circle with sort of honoring his father's legacy. And then obviously the investigation games are sort of, they obviously are going to revolve around him, but yeah, it's realizing that you're shaken. It meant the true culprits have been running free for all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me? I was an undefeated poker champion for 7 years straight. You think your fucking candy ass is gonna be able to lie to me? Phoenix Wright, the ultimate the ultimate gambler?
Think he's just decent? I do not agree with that at all, I'm sorry. Edgeworth is fantastic, and like, rewatching the series has only made me fall in love with his character even more than I was before. There's the joke that Edgeworth never sleeps during his entire series. That is true. During fucking game 1 takes place over like the course of like 5 days. It's just like back to back to back. Like, the dude arrives from like murder on an airplane. Then he gets back to his office that night. There's a murder. Then he goes to Gatewaterland to solve another murder, and then he goes back to his office, and then he immediately goes to the fucking, the embassy of whatever the fuck those two places were called, and there's another murder there. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat Wand miracle. I really didn't think we were going to be able to break him this early, but nice. Sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Dr. Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
Oh, let's go! Athena and Blackquill origin story. I'm so excited for this. This is what I want. 7 years ago. I mean, the so-called Hat Wand miracle. I guess it makes sense for us not to be playing as Athena, because then obviously, like, Athena obviously knows what happened 7 years ago, so I guess it does make sense for us to play as Phoenix right now, because we're trying to figure out what happened. And if we were playing as Athena, she wouldn't know too much. I don't know, I feel like you could have done it with Apollo, and it would have worked, but I still wonder how Apollo is going to play into this story, because he's not just, like, out of the game. He's, like, pursuing his own truth, or whatever the fuck that means. So I'm interested. I do think, at least for the investigation. Obviously, Athena can't do investigation because she's in fucking prison, but I think I think the ideal way to do this would be to play as Phoenix during the investigation and Athena during the trial, but we'll see.
Our launch went smoothly, but only once the ship entered outer space the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
The Phantom, right. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. A poor man went through hell.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. And that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered!
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind the exciting story of space heroism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having a very strict security in those days. All personnel effects are examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Leaf? What do you bring up a leaf for? Apollo investigation, Athena trial? Yeah, that would also work, but I think Apollo is off doing his own different thing, so I understand why he... So I think him not being involved in this case is fine, because they're actually doing something interesting with his character. I think Phoenix during investigation is fine. As long as we get to play as Athena during the trial, I will be happy. I don't think we will, but that is... as long as we get to play as Athena during the trial, I don't actually mind who handles the investigation. But yes, Apollo and investigation, Athena and trial, I think would be ideal. Them actually working together to solve this mystery as, because they as co-workers. It'd be cool.
You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? Plus, I really just like Apollo and Athena's dynamic. It's why case like Monstrous Turnabout wasn't that good as a case, but just Athena and Apollo's dynamic is just really nice to play. And I liked Turnabout Academy even more because actually like playing as Athena with Apollo actually playing the sort of wiser mentor a little bit was it's a really nice dynamic and I really like it. So plus I like the fact that either one of them can switch between being the main defense and the assistant, right? With Monster Turnabout, obviously Apollo was the main attorney, Athena was the assistant, whereas Turnabout Academy, Athena was the main attorney and Apollo was the assistant. So I like that they are sort of equals in that respect. It's a very nice dynamic and I wish we'd get more of it. Virgins use tools to solve crimes. Chads use their brains. That's why Edgeworth is the chaddest of chads. No glowy stone, no bracelet or mood reader needed. To be fair, actually, Apollo's bracelet isn't really the reason he's able to do his perception thing. He can just do that. The bracelet just sort of gives him the little nudge. Especially, because like, Trucy doesn't have the bracelet, but she's still able to use the perceive ability. But yeah, Edgeworth is just a Giga Chad who just uses logic to solve that. Oh, I will say, Edgeworth did not use his Magatama while he was playing poker at the Porsche Bowl Club, right? At least it's never specified. We know that he cheated by using Trucy, but he never actually cheated using the Magatama. So he was legitimately a 7-year undefeated poker champion without having to use his Magatama, So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person was, to put it simply. A spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl!
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. It's an interesting theory. Edgeworth in poker? Oh, did I say Edgeworth? I meant Phoenix, yeah. I think Trucy cheated for Phoenix. So, it's actually a common misconception. A lot of people seem to have interpreted that as like, the only reason Phoenix was that good at poker was because he used Trucy to cheat. That is explicitly not the case. most of his matches he played on his own, and he is legitimately just that good at reading people and that good of a bluffer to be able to, like, 99% of poker matches be able to just win them. It is just, you know, the times where he was up against a true professional, someone that was actually equal with him in skill, that's when he would bring in Trucy to help him cheat. So he would only cheat occasionally using, but like obviously against Zach, like, I mean, just take Turnabout Trump for example, right? Zach fucking not only did Phoenix beat Zach without any help, but he was also able to deduce in the middle of the game that Zach was trying to forge the fact that Phoenix was cheating in order to mire his reputation, and was able to, in the middle of the game, dispose of the fifth ace, and still managed to get a winning hand while being able to completely foil Zach's plan. Like, Apollo Justice Phoenix is legitimately terrifying, which is why him being playable again kind of detracts from his character, because like, the man, like, it's like whenever he puts the beanie on, his IQ goes up by like 50 points. It's insane.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by every means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage.
Phoenix's main skill is bluffing, yeah, but it's he says that it's more so reading his opponent, but yes, bluffing was important as well. Being quick at adapting. Oh yeah, Phoenix is the goat. Same MOs this time.
Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Executor Blackquill seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Yeah.
But here's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials are too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
It would have been, yeah. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? And then 7 years later, the same MO, advance, warning of sabotage. I actually do wonder, who were the defense and prosecution for that, for the case 7 years ago? Bro, can you imagine if this all tied back to fucking Kristoff again? Like, fucking, the government hired Kristoff to, like, cover shit up because they knew that he's a fucking corrupt piece of shit. I can only get my hopes up to see the devil once again. I know it's not gonna happen. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. "7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That's what made you decide to switch launch pads, wasn't it?"
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up.
So they must have been involved in it.
They knew about the sabotage, the space rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.
Oh, God. It's the fucking government. God damn it.
It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving, really? Maybe you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what they did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene.
But even then, it wasn't enough.
First, I snuck into the control center the night before, switched the launch pads. That way the astronauts go for the boarding lounge one to the Space Museum. Then I put a close for the repair signs on the door to Lunch Pad 1 and Boarding Lounge 2.
That's so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Karen.
Wait, that's actually something very interesting just occurred to me. How did the killer know the launch pads were switched? Because obviously a huge point of contention at the start of Solomon's trial was how did the killer get into the launch pad 1 to set the bomb, right? That was a big point of contention because obviously the fingerprint sensor meant the only 3 people that could have gotten in there were Clay, Solomon, and Yuri, right? However, we then were able to resolve that contradiction by saying, oh, since the launch pads are switched and there's no key and you don't need fingerprints to access the Space Museum, the killer was just able to enter the launch pad normally through the Space Museum in order to plant the bombs. But then that begs the question, how did the killer know the launch pads had been switched, right? Like, first of all, how was the killer planning to get into Launchpad 1 had it not been switched? Because obviously, if the killer was trying to plant bombs to stop the launch, had Yuri not intervened, Launchpad 1 would have been, here, let me pull up the map so it's easier. I mean, we don't get to see this map, but zoomed out, which is annoying, right? How do the doors open without fingerprint? So the door on here, so this is boarding lounge 1, this is boarding lounge 2. The door from boarding lounge 1, both of these doors have fingerprint sensors to prevent people from not entering the launch pads, right? The only people that have access are Clay Terran, Solomon Starbuck, Yuri Cosmos. However, because this building is no longer a launch pad, and it's now been transformed into a museum that's open to the public, they disabled the fingerprint lock on this door. So this door still requires fingerprint access. This door anyone can go through, right? Now, normally that's fine because the launch pad is here and the Space Museum is here. However, they swapped them around, so the Space Museum was here, the launch pad was here. Which meant in order to get into the Space Museum, which was here, you needed the fingerprint access, but anyone could have gotten into the launch pad. However, the killer didn't know that. If the launch had gone ahead as scheduled, Launchpad 1 should have been here behind a fingerprint locked door. Which means the killer must have had some way to get into Launchpad 1. The killer must have had some way to bypass the lock. That's the first thing. And second of all, when the launch pads are switched, the killer must have known that the pads were switched because the killer never attempted to go to the Space Museum, to go here. The killer went directly into Launchpad 1, which was here, in order to set the bombs. So those are 2 very important facts that I didn't think about now. How did the killer know the pads were switched? How did the killer expect to get into Launchpad 1 in the first place had it not been switched? I think that leap is important. I think Trucy might be right. I think there might be another way to get into the hallway from the outside, and that's where that leaf came in from. And that's how the killer was able to get in. Obviously, they used it for the Space Museum, thinking it was Launchpad 1. The door into the launch pad can enter through. Yeah, this door has fingerprints, this door doesn't. So the Space Museum and the launch pad, they can switch places, but these doors stay the same. So even if you swap them around and you have the Space Museum here and the launch pad here, this door still requires fingerprints, but this one doesn't. So yeah, those are very good points. How did the killer know about the switch? And how was the killer planning to gain access even if there wasn't a switch? And furthermore, well, actually, that's another confusing point. Because, Okay, so we found the leaf on the hallway, right? If we're assuming that the leaf maybe blew in through some kind of trap door that the killer was used to get into the hallway in order to bypass the lock, that begs another question. Why is it there? Because after all, or wait, it is in the Space Museum. Wait, no, that could actually work out. Because okay, so the Space Museum was here. The killer manages to find some way to sneak into it through some kind of hidden trap door. As he does, a leaf falls. Sorry, this should be the Space Museum, right? But okay, so this is the Space Museum. Imagine the names are switched, right? The killer, then a leaf gets dropped in. It flies in through the open trapdoor and ends up on the floor. That's the leaf that we found. The killer then goes into the Space Museum, figures out, hold on, this is not Launchpad 1. They've been switched. So he goes back out of their, whatever trapdoor they had, goes around, and they know that this door is unlocked, so they just go into Launchpad 1 normally. That would explain why the leaf actually shows up on the Space Museum side. And that would also explain, yeah, that explains basically everything. But, you know, obviously, for that to work, there must be some kind of secret access hatch to the walkways. So that's something to keep an eye out, but that's the only thing I think can work. Which means that the person who is involved in this must have some kind of inside knowledge of the Space Center that not even Yuri Cosmos knows. Because if Cosmos knew that there was some way for the killer to actually get in there, he probably would have testified about it, right? So the only thing I can think of is that someone involved with the construction of the Space Center must be the culprit, because they're the ones that would actually know how to actually get in and out, you know? And, like, the only people that we know, like, it has to be someone that we don't know yet, right? Because, like, sounds like a security design overlook. The door credentials do not carry over when the buildings swap. Well, the thing is, the buildings are not designed to swap anymore. Because yeah, originally the buildings were essentially the buildings were essentially two launch pads, so they both had security systems on them, and they were swapped around at the time because obviously they were used for the same thing, so they would just be swapped around to whatever was more convenient. However, when Launchpad 2 was converted into the Space Museum, they never would have had any reason to actually move the Space Museum. Launchpad 1 would have been moved from here to the actual launch pad, but the Space Museum would have never had a reason to be moved. So they probably didn't think to program an automatic change in credentials. So lock on the door at the main building side or Launchpad side? It's on the main building side, yeah. So essentially, the way it works is, let's say I want to move the Space Museum, the walkway then retracts into the Space Museum, and that moves. Then the walkway extends outwards and attaches to the building. So the door to the building is the one that has the security credentials, then the walkway and the building move as one. But yeah, it has to be someone that works at the Space Center, because they have to know about this detail, and someone that actually knows more than Yuri Cosmos. So, like, okay, Athena, she has some connection to the Space Center that we don't know about, so possible. Apollo, I mean, he's visited here a few times with Clay, so maybe, but very unlikely. No, Clay's dead. You have no connection to this case. Possibly. That doesn't make sense, because he would have sabotaged the rocket he was on 7 years ago and gave himself PTSD and almost died, so that's probably not right. Blackquill, obviously he has a connection through his sister, so that's probably why he was suspected 7 years ago. You have no connection to this case. You have no connection to this case. You make no sense based on the facts of the case. Like, the only person I can think of is Aura Blackquill. Because she's like a robotics expert, so she probably, and like an engineer, so she probably knows more about like, so she could have probably engineered a hidden trapdoor onto the walkway or something like that. But, and she's the only person that we haven't ruled out by a process of elimination. But I don't know, just the problem with Aura Blackquill is the fact that she, first of all, I don't know if she would really, like, frame her little brother for the crime, although Kristoff would absolutely frame Clavier in a heartbeat, but I don't know enough about Aura for that, to accuse her of that. But furthermore, she has an alibi, right? Because she was helping with the evacuation alongside Bobby during the time of the murder, so she has an alibi. So it couldn't have been hers. I don't know. I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran. But didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's no good lying to keep a secret. That is true. Aura Blackquill kind of looks like Bayonetta.
Yeah, kinda.
I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Right, so it was Cosmos who drugged Solomon for the sake of the mission.
Plays murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I searched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort, Terran is dead and Hat 2 is destroyed. The hub capsule, it has returned to us only recently. It's also lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait, what did he mean by the hub capsule is lost in the blast? Yeah. Was this a fake? I guess, wait, Ponko did say that the Hope capsule was stored in Launchpad 1, not in the Space Museum. This could have been a replica. Guess we never opened it to check if there was a actual asteroid sample inside. Trashy spacesuit, it's supposed to be resistant to wear and tear. I think there's a difference between wear and tear and a fucking knife. Plus, that's a utility knife. It's meant to be able to cut things in case, like, you know, for, like, safety purposes, right? It's like, if anything would be able to, you know, cut through a piece of, you know, a spacesuit, it should be a utility knife. Wait, what did he mean by Hope capsule was lost in the blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by Hope Space Probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are there? What's in them? So Ahmed, have you not played Dual Destinies before, or has it just been a while? So you're trying to refresh your memory. What kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule is being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. And I gave it to Terran before the incident so that it couldn't be destroyed by the explosion.
About 6 years ago? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's funny, I actually played through the entire Phoenix Wright trilogy, like, over, like, 10 years ago, whenever they came out on mobile for the first time. I actually played through the entire Phoenix Wright trilogy, and then I think I played through the first trial of Dual Destinies. And then, but like when I actually started this playthrough, when I first started playing Phoenix Wright on the channel, I remembered nothing. I mean, there, you know, I remembered some things like Edgeworth is Bay, Gumshoe is the bat. Like, I remembered like character names and stuff, and I remembered that, like, I think the only twist I remembered was that Gato was Diego Armando, but like I didn't remember any of the murders. I didn't remember any of the like culprits, nothing. And with Dual Destinies, I don't think I ever played much of Dual Destinies, but I definitely remember the intro scene. I definitely remembered Athena, and I definitely remembered the I remember the explosion. I mentioned that at the start of this playthrough. So yeah, it's crazy how much you can sort of forget about a game's plot over the years. and then sort of rediscover it. It'll probably never happen from this point forward because I'm so fucking obsessed with Ace Attorney that I'll probably end up just watching a new playthrough of it every couple of years, so, you know. So, okay. The samples were scheduled for analysis. Near future. We hadn't had time since they just came back but the day before Terran's murder, right? Capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1, but I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. Right. The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to the explosion anyway. What? The only things still stuck with me are the Merry Christmas and Bridge to the Turnabout. Oh yeah, Merry Christmas is great.
Yeah, but I thought Play was supposed to keep it safe.
I did actually remember, yeah, that is, I remembered the Elise Doxnum's dead body. I did remember seeing Elise Doxnum dead, stabbed with a sword. Although I didn't realize until I actually saw the scene, I didn't immediately make the connection. But that is an image that was vivid in my memory from when I played the games. Like, I think the only events that I remembered were like someone like was found dead, stabbed with a sword somewhere. Gato is Diego Armando, and then Gumshoe gets fired and tries to work for Phoenix, right, during Farewell My Tournament. I legitimately remembered so little about that game. It's kind of insane. So it was a very surreal experience to play it, because like there were just like certain bits and pieces that I remembered, but nothing related to the actual cases whatsoever.
I thought Play was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
Wait, what?
It was a courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast. Yeah, it is weird. Because yeah, we still don't know how Ted Tonik plays into any of this. I mean, we think that Ted is just sort of an independent person who just sort of did the bombing for his own, who killed Candace and did the bombing for his own reason, but is that true? I mean, Candace being dead is very convenient. Not to mention the space rocks being destroyed. That's what the culprit always wanted. Plus the detonator's fucking gone. We don't know where the detonator is, so we still have that open-ended question.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
Well, yeah, maybe. That's what I thought at first, but the leaf in the Space Museum hallway leads me to think not, you know? But maybe. Last case in Phoenix, right? Justice for All is also impactful. There's the bad ending. Oh yeah, the bad ending is great. Farewell My Turnabout. It's I think it's tied for first place with like my favorite case with Rise from the Ashes and Farewell My Turnabout are easily my two favorite cases in the series by far and away. Then after that, probably Turnabout Goodbyes and Turnabout Secession, and then Stolen Turnabout. Those are my top 5.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard the battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just a few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
I see. Well, I mean, that makes sense. That explains how they were able to know about the launchpad switch, but then that still begs the question, what was the culprit planning to do had the launch pad never been switched in the first place. And planted the bomb then. Yeah, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. You really think the same spies behind the incident of the one 7 years ago? The thing, in order to tap a phone, you need to actually have access to it. So how do they gain access to your phone? Yes, I'm sure of it. And this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackquill has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackquill told me once.
I think the murder mystery in 1-4 is lacking, to be honest. I prefer Secession over Goodbyes. I don't think I think Secession is, I think Goodbyes is just better as a character piece for Edgeworth. I like Secession. I think my main problem with Secession is just the final trial day is not great. Like the it's got my favorite investigation in any case ever. But the final trial day is way too short, and and it feels like Apollo had basically nothing to do with defeating Kristoff. Like it felt like it was like it didn't feel like, okay, Phoenix did all this work throughout the 7 years and now Apollo is the one that's gonna finally finish it off. Like, no. The whole thing is just, oh yeah, Phoenix Wright fucked you over. I'm just here to present the evidence, you know? Like it felt like Apollo, and it also didn't explore, I think, Clavier's character nearly as much as it should have. One of the best things about Edgeworth as a character is how much the game actually explores his character. Clavier's character arc, you mainly have to infer it and like read between the lines a lot to actually be able to understand it. Which is why I kind of wish they do an I hope there's an Apollo Justice anime now that, you know, the trilogy has been released, and hopefully there's going to be an uptick in interest in Ace Attorney, especially Apollo Justice. So hopefully that means we actually get a new season of the Ace Attorney anime following Apollo Justice and doing the Rise from the Ashes. Because obviously you need to introduce Emma. And because I would really like to see them try to expand on Clavier and Kristoff's sort of abusive relationship a little bit more than it happened in the game. Maybe Spy disguised as janitor to break into Cosmo's office and bug the phone unless Cosmo's office is off limits to Gant's office. Maybe. Although Gant's office, technically, like any detective actually had access to Gant's office. Like Gumshoe was just able to let us in. Final round 4-4, it's a bit short and Apollo doesn't even have enough impact. First AJ. Oh yeah, Turnabout Trump is easily the best first case in the entire series by a mile. It's better than most games like normal cases. It's so good. And it's honestly what makes Turnabout Secession work so well. Because it's the whole mystery coming full circle.
A hunt has been on for the fact of 7 years. Continues still. For starters, that case happened right here at the Space Center, too.
So we found this phantom.
That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackquill, too.
And what about him?
Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. That's still an if, though.
Huh? I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're gonna go on a ghost hunt, count me in.
Yeah, you haven't had your fucking bang cut off by his sword.
It's all over for me. Spin, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's gonna be all right, Daddy?
Oh, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there you can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he's achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum.
He's just stuck in the animation. Ain't no...
I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all.
Let's see if I can't, dude. This is incredible. I'm getting dizzy just from watching him. The interstellar theme while Yuri is spinning. And he immediately stops! Wow, those are some quality brakes on that fucking scooter. What the amount of G's his body just sustained in that instant. Excuse me, but about this piece of evidence,
Let me ask you a question. What will the object contribute to the future of mankind?
okay, he's no longer spinning. We've saved this poor old man's life. Thank God. Actually, I wonder if I leave and come back, does he reset? No, okay, he's fine. He's fine. Cool. Okay, so let's check out the Space Museum then. December 20, Cosmos Space Center. Space Museum.
Yeah, let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There's the had one exhibit.
Oh wow, look at the photo of the team.
Yeah, here we go. Claim Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, our Blackquill, and even Ponko. Yeah, so obviously, right. This is the only person that we haven't met yet, so I can only guess she is the one that got killed in the incident 7 years ago. But I've never seen the woman on the right before.
Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article too. Ooh, I wonder if that photo was taken after he got the threat, so that might be why he wasn't too happy. At one launch imminent. I see a sword. Interesting. I don't know why there's a fucking sword in the Space Center, but I'm guessing that might be the murder weapon in that photo, right? Because obviously we saw the murder weapon was clearly a sword, and that's why Prosecutor Blackquill was the one who ended up being blamed for it, being a samurai and everything. The blue jacket on display reminds me of the samurai outfit in Shin Megami Tensei 4. Wait, hold on. Is that what it kind of reminds me of? That might actually be the thing. Hold on. Oh yeah, it definitely does. I think that might be kind of what it reminded me of. I haven't played SMT4 actually, but it's one of the ones that I'm definitely interested in playing. After when Metaphor ReFantasio comes out, we're gonna be playing that, and after that, I might be moving on to playing some of the other SMT, because like I really liked Digital Devil Saga, so playing Nocturne wasn't really that for me, at least to play on the channel, but you know, something from what I've heard, SMT4 is a bit more story focused than SMT3 is, so I'd be excited for that. There's a Samurai DLC in Metaphor? I mean, there might be. That seems like something Atlas would do, but I don't know. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage.
They're really keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Eddie, let's take a look at that jacket.
It must be the Hat 1 team uniforms jacket. Same design as the one Apollo was wearing and the one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbuck's. Yeah, what's that cut on the jacket, though? Hello? There's a Persona 3 outfit? Yeah, I've seen it in Persona 5 as well. So that's that. That. And then the jacket, which is... yeah, some kind of rip. Though, I assume that could have maybe been the murder, like the person that got murdered, but like, there should be blood on the jacket if that were the case. So I don't think that's it. Oh! Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be worried. Rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Well, you two were childhood friends, so you might actually be able to fill me in on what she went through 7 years ago.
Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Yes, fill me in. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here, and she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know that. No wonder she knows so much. Actually, yeah, then there's actually a pretty big possibility that Apollo and Athena actually met as kids when Apollo and Clay were coming to the Space Center all the time. Ms. Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Interesting. This jacket was thrown to intense dry killing? I don't think blood gets out that easily. Where's Emma? Where's Emma and her luminol testing fluid when we need it, you know?
Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
I'm guessing she was the victim then. I was a psychology specialist working at the Space Research Facility. I mean, you know, astronauts need psychologists, you know, psychological evaluations and stuff.
I don't really know, but I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
It was far from Athena's first time here. I don't know why I shouldn't mention it. PTSD, I had to guess.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Tell me about that. Sad memory. Tell me about it.
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
Same time frame as the Hat 1 launch.
Nina's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
The robotics lab, huh? Well, that definitely starts making Aura seem a bit more suspicious.
What? After it happened, Nina stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again.
Right, because she left and went to Europe, right?
After a while, we started exchanging letters.
Junie looks so much better in the judge outfit than she does in the like her casual clothes. I mean, if you want to help us, maybe you know, put on your judge outfit and help us investigate a little bit, you know? Correct psyche evaluation is necessary for astronauts. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a very psychologically taxing job.
For a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
Game is much more enjoyable when you like the character. Too bad that the only new character I like are Fulbright, LaBelle, and Aura, and one character in the DLC case. I don't know, I really like the characters that are involved in this. So the first time you'd seen her, and 7 years ago, was during Professor Quart's case.
That's right. I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
Well, a lawyer can't cry until it's all over, you know? I taught her that. What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. People do be wearing masks to hide their scars. I mean, that's a very common theme throughout the Ace Attorney games. I mean, Edgeworth's whole like prosecutor persona is him just coping from the murder of his father during the DL6 case. Lana Sky's whole cold demeanor was part of her, you know, covering up the death of Neil Marshall, thinking that she was protecting Emma. I mean, Gato wore a literal mask to hide his literal scars, but, you know, there's also the more underlying symbolism of it as well. Yeah.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories.
You ever run into a young Apollo Justice?
Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy! Show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. I've got quite a few things to show you.
I'm very sorry, but I don't know anything about that.
Okay, sorry to bother you. She doesn't have any leads. I'm really sad that you're no longer able to present profiles like you could in the older games. It's such a wasted opportunity. Like the profile presentation led to some of the funniest dialogue in the Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. Our statement. Lighter. Doesn't know the lighter. Miss Woods, take a look at this for me.
Oh, look! There's Dina's mom! The one on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Metis. Dina's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why? Yes, it did! As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered!
So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. That doesn't mean that does that mean the crime prosecutor Blackquill was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena? We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit all in before the day is through.
Attention from the center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Okay.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer! Fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. You're on business?
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate.
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident.
He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And he was saying it was so incredible, I just had to come right over and hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
I give you my special permission.
I love him. I will say I do think Bobby is the best detective in the series. I think Athena. I think Emma is probably a better investigator, like a smarter investigator. But man, Bobby is like Bobby's just the best. I love him.
Here comes the bomber now.
Didn't expect to see this guy again.
You, what nerve you have, do come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital.
Violence? No. Question? Okay.
No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? Gumshoe with happy backbone?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it. I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was, but that's who blew up the courtroom.
The Phantom. The detonator did go missing. That was like the big mystery that was left over at the end of that case. But then, so yeah, that makes sense. Detective Arm was killed because her testimony would have been inconvenient for the killer, and also to blow up the moon rocks. But so why did you confess then? You fucking idiot.
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't sense any psyche locks, so I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I am telling the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We even analyzed the bomb itself, or what's left of it.
That's very interesting. That's an interesting piece of rock there. 7K. Why was that inside the bomb? What could that... Why was a piece of a rock from the Space Center doing inside a bomb? Huh. Very interesting. I don't see anything else here that's particularly interesting, though. Wow, we've laid it all out piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Only Fancy Bomb. Oh, bringing this back. Detonated in courtroom 4. Everyone's are being analyzed.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Anything but that.
I'm afraid I'll have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Oh, off I go.
Anything for you, Bobby. Not bad timing. Looks I'll have to wait until after the questioning is over to see her.
And we came all this way too. I guess we'll just go back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Any new stuff to say about, stuff? Not particularly. Okay.
Yuri!
Tell me about one.
Mankind's crowning achievement. The Hat One mission will be in textbooks across the land.
Oh, that's historic, huh?
My achievements are grand enough to rival the very birth of space itself. My life will be a legend that will be told millions of years into the future. You may proceed to admire and praise me now.
You certainly are an amazing piece of work. That's actually gonna do the opposite. It's gonna set mankind back several years. Can you tell me about Hat One?
The Hat One mission experienced one crisis after another. It was almost like space itself was injecting our efforts. That's what it felt like anyways.
And in the end, the mission was a success.
Yeah, people call it a miracle. But I think it was us who made it work somehow. Sheer will and hope.
Miracle for sheer will, huh? I think I know what he means all too well. Yeah, the farewell my turnabout. You know anything about this piece of evidence?
Oh, sorry, I'm so useless.
Okay. Not that helpful. Alright, robotics lab. The scene of the murder. Oh my.
The Judge Tron.
So this is a robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. Right, this is where they conducted the evacuation of floors 4 and above, right? Aura dropped a ladder down the window, and then all of the people went down the ladder. Have you played Strange Journey? I have not. That's also one of the ones that's on my games that I want to play. I want to replay regarding SMT. I want to play SMT 5 Vengeance. I want to play. I want to replay because I played Digital Devil Saga 1, but never 2. So I want to replay Digital Devil Saga 1 and then play 2. I want to play Strange Journey. I want to play SMT4, and I want to play Soul Hackers and Devil Survivor. Those are the SMT games that I'm very interested in checking out. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. Plus, also Persona 1 and 2, which I haven't played yet. Which are technically SMT games. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Daddy, look! Over there! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Oh, my boy is deep in his own investigation. He's far ahead of us. Last Bible? Oh, I haven't heard much about Last Bible. Is it worth checking out? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case? Have a nice cup of tea instead. Apollo and Nora Blackquill. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy! And Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Last Bible is very retro, but if you're into that, maybe. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Oh, poor hunk of junk. Already talked to you. Show you some stuff. I have nothing else to say to you. Okay, I guess she has nothing else to say to me.
I apologize for Miss Aura.
It's alright, Clunko. There's nothing for you to apologize about. Oh, great, she didn't hit him. Even if I could, I wouldn't tell a filthy lawyer like you. What a pleasant response. Yeah, you seemed very chatty with Apollo just a second ago, and he's a filthy lawyer like me. I think Apollo might just have ungodly riz. That might just be the case. Tell me anything about this piece of evidence. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of that director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. The princess, right. Because obviously you knew her when she was living here. Saying Apollo in bandages could be a turn on for some. Oh no, the boy is looking like with the bandage over his eye and the fucking like coat draped over his shoulders. He is dripped out of his fucking mind. He looks like a fucking badass right now. Like that man, like he is he's definitely very attractive in this moment. Suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after.
Daddy, say something to her.
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess. She's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. He seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you?
What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Yeah, Phoenix is approaching this as an attorney, always believing in your client, or in this case, your subordinate. But I wonder if that's why Apollo went off on his own, because he's he doesn't want to let. He's not investigating as a defense attorney because he doesn't want to let, his duty to his client or whatever cloud his judgment. He's fully dedicated to finding the truth, no matter who the culprit turns out to be in the end. So I think that's why he's off doing his own thing, which, I mean, makes sense, right? Being, Apollo certainly has a history of straying from his, going against his boss's wishes to find the real truth behind cases. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, that's why Phoenix chose him to be his defense in Turnabout Trump in the first place, because he knew Apollo would be willing to go against Clavier. To go against Kristoff for his own sense of justice, and that's essentially the same thing that's going on here. So, yeah, I'm glad that Apollo is definitely being a very consistent character here. Apollo's just pissed that Phoenix stole his trilogy. You can't always believe your client. Remember Matt Encard? True, and that's sort of the lesson that Phoenix had to learn in Farewell My Turnabout. That, like, sometimes your client is guilty, and it's, what do you do? Should you, search for the truth, or should you fight for your client regardless? Of course, a lawyer should still fight for their client, even if their client is guilty, but just not at the expense of the truth. But I think you can, but it's obvious that Phoenix and, like, the sort of, the Fae style of defending is very much so believe that your client is innocent, and maybe, if it turns out they're not, then that's fine. Because, like, the whole thing with Edgeworth was, like, the idea is the prosecutor and the defense the prosecutor should do their best to get the defendant convicted. The defense attorney should do their best to get the defendant off, right? And if both the prosecutor and the defense do a perfect job in their respective sides, then what will end up deciding what the truth is evidence. And so as a result, the correct verdict will always be reached. That's sort of the message that I always interpreted from Farewell My Turnabout, but also that sometimes you may need to, purposely, do a few things to upset that balance. Wax and cloth bows are needed for a surface shimmer. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But yeah, Phoenix has always approached defending from the perspective of believing in your client. And I mean, that was my whole thing during Turnabout Academy as well. Like, I believed, the reason why I didn't really suspect Hugh is that I believed in Junie. and Junie believed in Hugh. Therefore, I, by extension, also believed in Hugh and knew that it wasn't him, and so it had to be Professor Meats. But yes, you obviously have to be able to change. It's the difference between thinking like a defense attorney and thinking like an investigator. Thinking as a defense attorney, you should be trying to find a way to prove that your client is not guilty. If it turns out that your client is guilty, well, then you deal with that. But you should be actively looking for a way to prove your client not guilty, because that is your job. As an investigator, you're trying to find the truth, however. And I think that's why Apollo is approaching this case independently of the Right Anything Agency, because he wants to be able to get to the truth, without clouding his vision with his duty to his client or anything like that. What's wrong with your subordinate? Is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. But he probably recognizes the jacket. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost.
Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran.
I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. What kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth? Just like 7 years ago. You mean your little brother getting convicted of murder, huh? Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want to make me talk? Want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'll help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about the case too. Oh yeah, he's been on this investigation for basically all of today. While you were off in trial doing your whole shebang, he was here investigating, so he's got a big head start. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story.
But Miss Aura, that's private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Oh no! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I'm ready to utilize my blood processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then.
Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Klonko.
But then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
I see, so she was the one that programmed them, essentially. Hearts, robots with hearts. You even make such a thing?
In essence, are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigational companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend human. Yeah!
Metis. She just got over at her desk. Oh yeah, there is a photo of her on the desk. I just noticed. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigational companions are all that's left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. She's leaving out a very important someone. Also, Widget. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as he loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh.
Apollo, you can't use your bracelet as a gaydar! That's not... You can't use perceive as a gaydar! God damn it!
But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Hunko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes.
Apollo hitting the fucking... I like to imagine that every time Apollo does the, does perceive on someone, it looks like the homophobic dog meme, like...
I know what you are.
Like, every single time he does perceive in court, and that's another reason why I want to see Apollo just as animated as an anime. I want to see the outside perspective of others as Apollo does his fucking perceive thing, because it'd be so funny.
Love comes in different forms. Being friends, work colleagues, or buddies in a project.
Yes, but this is Ace Attorney. Everyone's fucking gay. This is Ace Attorney we're talking about. It's like JoJo. Just straight people don't exist in this universe.
Clonko's an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body.
But I feel like loving someone more than your own daughter is probably a bit more than just friends.
Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies.
What do you mean by that? Oh, an outside computer, I'm guessing?
The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. And their hearts and memories are there too. Those bodies and memories are there. These bodies are really just peripherals.
Meta sending Athena away to play with Apollo while Meta's and Aura fool around the lab.
So, I can do anything I want to them.
I'm not sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things.
But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyways?
Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person in this case.
So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too.
What do you have to say about that?
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is.
Nah. I think your little bro's innocent.
Yeah, Prosecutor Blackquill. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it?
I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly what I'd like to hear. Why I'd like to hear your side of it.
You help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Right, he uses his whole psychological manipulation thing. Also, did my chat die again? I hate YouTube chat so much. There we go. Technically, if the robots are sentient, wouldn't Aura be classified as an abuser? Kind of, but at the same time, this is like also the universe where Franziska von Karma would regularly whip people in court and like Aura's only slightly less gay than Mr. Right, you're giving me unnecessary feelings. Like, yeah. Like, there is loving a friend, and I fully understand that. There is a bit more than that when you turn your entire fucking career into becoming a lawyer just so you can meet that person again and loving someone more than your own daughter, you know? Plus, this is Ace Attorney. You can just assume someone is gay, and odds are you're probably right.
Prosecutor Blackwill's forte, his infamous power suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like a loyal samurai would treat a sovereign.
Huh, you seem more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
And even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? So Blackquill and Athena actually knew each other from way back when. Okay. Interesting. Well, she is Metis' daughter after all. Although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have a lot of white knights hanging around?
No, and I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now.
So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then.
What does it settle?
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you going to hang around in here anyways? What? But we came here to take a look around.
Yeah, imagine being jealous that your crush spends more time with her daughter than you.
Remind me, how old are Simon and Athena? Athena is 18, so she would have been 11 at the time. And Simon is 28, so he would have been 21 at the time. Yeah, so yeah, I wonder if they had a sort of sibling relationship, maybe? Came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant.
We're not the police, so we don't have one.
Then get out now. Klonko, show them out.
You know, I can get permission from Yuri. You don't have authority over this lab more than he does.
Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch! Don't push! My apologies, I'm just following orders.
That's what the Nazis said!
I can't believe Klonko is a fascist. Tower 20, Cosmo Space Center. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! Not to that horrible attitude. I guess that's just how she is. Why is Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually all cool and dark. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Yeah, he's usually more like the happy-go-lucky, nervous wreck, but I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna go keep an eye on him.
Hey, wait, Trissy, come back!
Yeah, she's gone. What should I do now? I think Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. I guess I'll go back to the office alone. Well, I guess it's nice to see the siblings are gonna be working together on this one.
Nuremberg trials won't save you, Klonko.
Is it just me, or does Phoenix lose IQ points whenever we're controlling him? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because obviously, if he was a smart when we're not, I mean, that's just always going to be the case. Because, like, obviously, when you're controlling him, he can't know he can't fully be aware of everything that's happening, because that would make the game too easy, right? The whole point is that the player has to figure out the crime before the character does. And if not, the game's doing a bad job at it, you know? Or the player's just dumb, which is also a possibility. Which is why I've said multiple times that I think Phoenix works a lot better in the role of wise mentor than he does as the player character, especially after these 7 years. It's why I love Apollo Justice so much, because Phoenix isn't playable, and you don't hear his internal monologue, he's allowed to be a lot smarter. Oh, everyone's fucking gone. And, like, even in the off chance that, like, he isn't. Because, like, even if, like, in Apollo Justice, Phoenix isn't actually smarter than he is here, and he is legitimately just as confused, but he's just... But, like, it's still cool, because it, like... from the outside, we see him as super smart because he's just that good at bluffing and coming up with excuses in the fact, which is a lot less impressive when you can see his internal monologue at the same time. Phoenix after AJ is a genius. He would be so overpowered without a nerf. Yeah. It's the beanie. Without the beanie, he just loses 50 IQ points. It's like one of those items in Fallout that gives you like +3 intelligence. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I mean, maybe after Mia got murdered. I guess I haven't been here at the office at all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. Or, oh, I guess he would probably be thinking back to the time when, he might be thinking back to the time between game 1 and 2 when Edgeworth went, when him and Edgeworth were in their divorce arc, and he was, you know, he was I just watched someone play through Justice for All, and I completely forgot how fucking depressed Phoenix was in Justice for All. Like, he was legitimately more jaded in Justice for All than he ever was in Apollo Justice, by like a mile. Imagine if Phoenix was bluffing his way into success at Apollo Justice. That would actually honestly be the funniest outcome. That Phoenix actually was legitimately just that good at bluffing. But no, he is legitimately like, the man had everything he worked for stripped away from him falsely, right? Being, you know, becomes unable to carry on the legacy that Edgeworth and Mia passed on to him, and then loses his badge, gets disgraced, ends up having to fucking work as a fucking pianist and backroom poker player to pay the bills. It's essentially forced into adopting a daughter, something that would break most people. But instead, he's not only able to keep that whole thing afloat, he's also able to spend 7 years undercover investigating Christoph Gavin and setting up the Juris system, all as a ploy to trap him. Like, Phoenix is legitimately a fucking mastermind that would make Chief Gant and Phoenix right in Apollo Justice would make Chief Gant and Professor Means blush with how the ends justify the means he was. And in the Professor Layton crossover, I still have not played that one. That's I'll probably be getting to that after I play the mainline games. I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick. Been a while. Missed me? I recognize that drawing of Phoenix. It's basically identical to the one she did on the on Shelly's business card, right? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have been really something. Well, the weirdest part for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. Instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Maya mentioned! Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Mogatama I use on Psyche Locks, Maya is the one who gave it to me. Such a shame they didn't play the Sisters Ballad here. Mr. Nick? There's only one person in this world that refers to Phoenix as Mr. Nick. And she should be 18 years old at this point? 18 or 17, somewhere around there, right? Ah, she is! Pearls? Oh my god, she looks so much older. What? How old are you, child? Not in my court record yet. Thought Pearls gave Phoenix that? No. Maya gave Phoenix the Magatama. Pearls just charged him with energy, and no, it's more than 16 because she was 9 during Justice for All. So then there was almost a year between Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. So she would have been around 10 during that. 7 years passed while Phoenix was until Apollo Justice, and then about a year passes from Apollo Justice to she was 9, and there is the 7-year gap, but then there's also a bit less than a year between Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations, and a bit less than a year between Apollo Justice and Dual Destinies. So she should be 17 or 18. Are you gonna play the trial today as well? Probably. Depends on how long the investigation drags on, though. I don't know what voice to give her, because I can't have her speak like a fucking child anymore. She's old. She's fucking older than she's got to be older than Trucy, right? Yeah, she's older than Trucy by like a year. I take it Maya was with Phoenix during the flashback trial and Apollo Justice. She would be able to keep his ego in check and not be too overconfident and falling for Kristoff's trap? Possibly. Maybe, though. I guess the thing is, like, he probably didn't know about the trap, so I don't know how that could have helped him. Plus, Phoenix has always been, you know, bluffed a bit too close to the sun for his own good. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye. Well, I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. Very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Oh, they've met? Oh, okay, Pearls is her. Didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off the detail than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. I mean, he could have definitely, like, checked for the veracity of the evidence rather than taking it all at face value, you know? And then figured out that it was probably a fake, but I don't really blame Phoenix for what happened. Kristoff did execute a very good trap. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick? Okay, what are you up to? Where's my court record yet? Yeah, she is. Yeah, 17. Spirit medium and training, your psychic powers are beyond. So Pearl is now about as old in this game as Maya was in the first game, because she was 17. God, how time passes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, she is older than... a bit older than, But yeah, so if Apollo and Athena met her a few months ago, that means Pearl must actually visit, Phoenix quite often, so she probably has known Trucy for quite a while. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more. Oh yeah, here it is. Yes. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come and help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. It's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about this case. The trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at the detention center. How have you been? What to do? Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya? Yeah, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. But she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days. To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fey clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet. I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then. Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person had to climb a steep mountain. Oh, if she tips them well then. Your hair is nice and spiky today as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court. Do you make it spiky so the prosecution will feel intimidated? Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyle will make you look bigger and stronger, just like the rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyways. You can compare to something cool like a lion's mane? How you been?
When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories.
I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time.
I'm glad I can help again.
Thanks. You always provide such great assistance.
I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard.
I don't know what to do if Pearls wasn't here right now.
I'm so sorry. I want to be of help. But I'm still in training and nothing about that is coming to mind, I'm afraid. I'm really deeply sorry.
No, it's okay. I shouldn't have shown you something so trivial anyways. I feel like we've had this conversation before. I mean, you have this conversation with literally every single person you meet. And once again, my chat has broken. Hold on, let me restart it. Imagine how Pearls reacted when she found out that Phoenix, had a daughter. She probably beat the shit out of him or something until the gypsy was adopted. Alright, because she's the fourth most Maya Phoenix shipper, isn't she? Phoenix in the flashback trial in 4-4 was my second favorite version of the Phoenix. First being Phoenix, of course. Yeah. Actually, I think I really like Phoenix in Rise from the Ashes. Rise from the Ashes Phoenix is actually some of the smartest he's ever been while also being a player character, especially on the final day when he uses a loophole in evidence law to basically lay out an expert trap for Gan, and even does the fucking, like, it's all going according to Keikaku. It's so fucking good.
But I'm still in training and nothing about that is coming to mind. I'm afraid. I'm really deeply sorry.
No, it's okay. I should have shown you something trivial. Okay. Oh, fuck.
Is that a pamphlet? I just love to look at pamphlets.
I bet you find vacation pamphlets especially exciting, huh?
Yes, because I don't get a chance to leave the village much with my training. So looking at pamphlets is kind of like a hobby.
Well, the office is just full of them. You can have as many as you'd like.
Oh boy, thank you.
Poor kid. I wish I could take her on a real vacation. Phoenix is about to adopt a second daughter.
Sorry, I want to be of help.
I don't know why you would expect her to know much about the trial at hand, but, you know, still.
What a cute little elephant.
Yeah, you just have a bomb in it, you know?
Oh my, a bomb in its stomach.
It must have been starving, huh? You know, really hungry to want to eat a bomb.
There must not have been anything else around to eat. You have to be careful never to eat anything strange yourself, Mr. Nick.
I promise. You look genuinely worried for me. Alright, well, let's go to the detention center. What happened to her mother? Was she executed? No, her mother never committed murder, so I don't think she was, like, we've seen murderers in Ace Attorney that haven't gotten the death penalty, right? Like, the only person that we know explicitly got the death penalty was Dahlia Hawthorne, and that's because she was, like, a serial killer, basically. Like, she, let's see. She staged a kidnapping so that she could, she staged a kidnapping to steal money from her father, and had Terry Falls take the fall for it, including faking her own death and making him out to be the murderer, which basically put him on death row. She then came back, murdered her sister, had Terry Falls once again take the blame, then Terry Falls fucking killed himself at her command. She poisoned Diego Armando, and then she killed the dude at Phoenix's university and tried to pin it on Phoenix after trying to murder Phoenix with poisoned Cold Killer X, and then came back from the dead to try to kill Maya. Like, Dahlia Hawthorne and is like one of the most terrifying people in this video. Like, she's one of 2 people in this entire game series that I would actually just consider straight up evil. The other being Christoph Gavin. I promise not to eat anything strange. Choose a fucking glass and metal bottle. That's still the most insane Phoenix moment. Probably because her cell and Kristoff's are the same, if I remember correctly. Interesting. Dahlia Hawthorne is Metroid Ridley levels of tenacity. I have not played Metroid, so I would not know. But yeah, Dahlia got the death penalty, and yeah, if anyone deserved it, it was her. I don't know of anyone else that got the death penalty, as far as I'm aware. So, yeah. And, Morgan never actually committed murder. Eni was the one that committed the murder. Morgan was just an accomplice, so. And she was also an accomplice. She was, she probably ended up getting charged. She got charged for being accomplice to murder in Reunion and Turnabout. And then she also got charged with, and even if she would have gotten out from that, she then got charged with conspiracy to commit murder after Bridge to the Turnabout, because she was the one that actually planned for Dahlia to kill Maya. So yeah, she's probably life behind bars. She's probably life in prison, but I don't think she's been executed now. I have sympathy for Dahlia. I have no sympathy for Dahlia, and also very little sympathy for Isis either. Since Isis was basically an accomplice to every single murder Dahlia committed. Dahlia is literally the worst. She deserves no sympathy, and frankly, Isis doesn't either, considering she was an accomplice to everything Dahlia did. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. This time you haven't said a word. Turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Why are you... Front-facing Blackquill is cursed! Oh, why is... He looks so... Why? I didn't know he was a twink! Why is he so skinny? Isis? You mean Iris? I mean Iris, yes. I haven't played Trials and Tribulations in a while, so I forgot her name. I just knew it had 2 eyes in it. That's basically all I knew. Why is he inside the detention center? Rescuer Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Blackquill, you don't think that's enough for today?
Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. And there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? I swear to God, if it's a fucking statute of limitations thing again. You're getting name confused a lot today? This is the second time it happened. Who else did I get name confused by? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. Yeah, I've had it, if that's the way you're going to have it. I have another plan up my sleeve. Hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please, see if I care. Well, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick.
But Basket of Blackquill, but forgive me, but it was the just thing to do.
But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Oh yeah, and if they knew each other and he sort of saw her a bit as a little sister, he would be very angry about her being, this murder being pinned on her. Remember when you said Edgeworth playing poker? Oh, yeah, that is true. I did get confused on that one.
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence.
I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dodo?
Oh. I doubt Blackquill would want to prosecute Athena, though, which is why he'll probably not take the case, and it will fall to Edgeworth, if I had to guess. Though I still think it would be so cool for Athena and Blackquill to be working together in the courtroom on the defense and the prosecution side to take down this Phantom, just like Apollo and Clavier working together to take down Kristoff. You know? This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackquill. We're looking into the case from 7 years ago. Oh, right, he's behind bars because that's just how he normally is. I keep forgetting that he is actually still serving a prison sentence while being a prosecutor. I keep forgetting that. I thought... What if Clavier takes the case? I'd love to see Clavier and Phoenix face off in court again. Where's Simon's Hawk? He's being kept by, like, probably Officer Meekins is taking care of it, I'm guessing. What if... I would love for Clavier to take the case, but, I doubt that's gonna happen. We know Edgeworth is coming. He was on the cover art for the case, and, You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, right? The Phantom of the Opera is there.
You villain! Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right? Pain takes the key! Pain is the Phantom! That's why this game didn't have, This is why this game had, Gaspin instead of Winston. Winston Payne was the Phantom of 7 years ago. And here's air guitar emote. It's so good.
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oh, oops.
Ouch, at least it was my fault. Can you tell me who this Phantom is? Bro, that guard in the room with him is probably scared out of his mind. And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Guard! The guest is leaving!
Prosecutor Blackquill, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was without question me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
It's very funny considering you don't really act like it and Athena doesn't seem to blame you for it. Winston Payne was found dead in Miami. Prosecutor Blackquill.
Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you.
There he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackquill. What are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Now, why is he keeping quiet? That's the thing that I'm not sure about. Why? Detective Fulbright, you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Were you even in the Force at the time? How old are you? Oh yeah, you would have been in the Force at the time, probably. You know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. Police tell the incident that you are one incident.
Okay.
Prosecutor Blackquill was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like you read Mr. Lawyer. Kind of like if you read Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one. Apollo just charges at Phoenix and stabs him with his horns. I mean, Simon is terrifying. Talking means less attention directed, I guess.
I do a decisive piece of evidence, so a verdict was reached quickly.
2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. First, the security camera footage. He was the only one to use the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
But the murder scene was the robotics lab, and we've already established that that a ladder can be set up to go in and out of the robotics lab through the window. So I'm guessing that is gonna come into play. The only one, huh? Wow, so that does sound pretty decisive. Show me that footage.
Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now.
Guess I'll have to see it some other time. It's showing corridor of the crime scene. Blackquill is the only one to pass at the time of the crime. And what was the second? That's very similar to our current case, actually. It's the second piece of evidence.
It's what's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There is the crime scene, holding a katana.
Yeah, that looks like him. And the katana is covered in blood. Oh yeah, and you can see it right there. The red box down here says ladder. So this window is the one that you can set up a ladder to go up and down. So someone probably used the ladder to get up into the office, then get down, then Blackquill came and found the murder weapon. And is that in fact the katana that's on display here? It's just grape juice. That is in fact the katana that was on display here. Interesting. Oh, sorry.
Here's the victims, kept on display in the room. It's anything for Japanese culture.
Wow, gonna be hard to explain this one away. I guess that's why Blackquill and her got along so well. But who took the picture, detective?
The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. Our reporter had come to do a story on the launch and the room across to the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Interesting. Oh, that is through a window, huh? So odd. He's definitely hiding some. Yeah, okay. That's why the framing of the photo is a bit strange. Yeah, that's also interesting. Blanca, or I think that's Ponko's arm, is there, and it also seemingly has blood on it. I wonder what the hell that's up to. Metis is yeah, they're both the Steel Samurai fan. And when Edgeworth comes and he meets Blackquill, he's gonna be so fucking, he's gonna be fangirling about meeting an actual real samurai. Prosecutor Blackquill said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yeah, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
Oh! He's on death row? What did you just say? Execution date?
What? Did I say something? Oh, never mind me. You didn't hear a thing.
So he was giving the death penalty?
Yeah, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow.
I'm sorry, what? You can't execute a man when he's in the middle of prosecuting a case? We'll feed talking now, it's fine. Don't worry, Officer Meekins will take care of him. Oh, so we gotta clear his name tomorrow. We don't have a yeah, that is what Aura said. It's also probably why it's called Turnabout for tomorrow. So we need to clear Blacquill's name tomorrow. We don't have a choice. That's even more pressing than defending Athena. What, tomorrow? No.
Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. What if the culprit in the current case is the same as the one 7 years ago?
And it would be the worst possible scenario.
Well, yeah, that's why the death penalty is fucking stupid. Because you can never guarantee that every single person is 100% guilty.
Prosecutor Blackquill would be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
Dark age of the law indeed. That would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now.
Yeah, I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how it is to overturn a decision.
I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackquill putting up any kind of fight?
You saw how he was, right? He's been like this ever since the conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him.
Uncooperative. He's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. Can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Okay. Getting some parallels here. Lana Sky, of all people. What if Blackquill thinks that it's possible that Athena is the one who killed Metis? And he's willing to take the blame because he's afraid that if he gets acquitted, the blame will be passed on to Athena. Kind of like how Lana was going to take the blame for everything because she didn't want Emma to be convicted of Neil Marshall's murder. But it turns out there's someone else who's been manipulating the whole thing. Blackquill has been trying to find... That's why it's a phantom, because Blackquill is trying to find this person, but he can't rely on anyone because he's afraid that the evidence will end up pointing to Athena instead of to someone else. And that desire to protect Athena is getting in the way of him seeking the truth. Which is why Apollo is being, and that also explains why Apollo is sort of being so insistent in doing this whole thing on his own. He doesn't want to let anything cloud his judgment. Imagine if Blackwell's request that instead of being executed, you commit seppuku because he's that much of a hobo. He probably would, let's be honest. Also to die the same way that Metis did, sort of poetic or something. I have to stop this somehow.
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call.
Well, if anyone has connections that can stop an execution, it's Phoenix. I mean, he's the one that helped set up the trial of the jury system. He's got to have connections with, the upper echelons of the criminal justice system.
Bob right here. What's happening? You gotta be kidding.
That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots are...
Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've held themselves up in the space center and taken the visitors as hostages.
They did what?
No! Juicy!
And we have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle.
What is happening here?
They did say the robots have some sort of central AI. I wonder if the robots could be the ones that did this whole thing. Because they'd be able to, move around basically unperceived because everyone would just see them as sort of, doing their own thing. But it doesn't explain why Aura said she saw a person. The video where the victim is planned to be remaining on death row even when New York Scope is released. Oh yeah, it's fucked in the U.S. especially because the Supreme Court ruled that if someone ruled, probably one of the most atrocious rulings I've ever seen in my life, even if someone is found to, even if evidence comes out that a person is innocent, if they are guilty, that is not enough to overturn their conviction. in order to overturn a conviction, you have to prove that that the trial was carried out wrong, that like the prosecution or the police did some kind of had some kind of misbehavior. That, like, even if new evidence is found after the case that proves a person to be innocent, they can, as long as the prosecution didn't like do anything wrong, their conviction cannot be overturned. It is or doesn't have to be overturned. It is incredibly fucked. Yeah, that's why the death penalty should not exist, because there is no way to guarantee that every person that gets executed is culpable. Judicial negligence, basically. The riot police are here. The robots really are holding people hostage?
Ah, look, Mr. Lawyer. I suppose that group of people are swarmed around.
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans, even taken hostages already.
Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. What's Klonko up to? What the dog doing? I wouldn't really call it stupid. I would actually say it's evil. Personally. What the fuck is going on here? And not a bad robot, can't you see he's trying to help me? I recognize that voice. The Fulbright, you okay on here on your own?
Leave it to me. All right, people, let's get out of here.
Come on, Phoenix, you gotta break in there and fight the robots yourself. We all know you're fucking superhuman, right? You were able to burst down the channeling chamber door at Kurain Village. You've been hit by like cars and eaten glass and been perfectly fine. You were in Marvel vs. Capcom. You can handle some robots. What the bot doing? Pearls, over here.
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Loco seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I error?
Oh, there is something wrong with him.
Yeah.
No, look.
It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired.
Klonko? Evil Klonko!
Human beings are our enemies. It is time for machines to take over.
He reminds me of fucking the little fangs remind me of like Blackjack, like Jack Frost or Black. What is the evil Black Frost? Black Frost, yeah, Black Frost. That's what he reminds me of right now. Selling football after being remembered. Yeah, and he only sprained his ankle. Yeah. Fucking, yeah, Marvel vs. Captain 3. The killer is you! No alibi, no alibi, no... Fuck, what does he say? No alibi, no justice, no dream, no hope! Something like that. So, Aura, why did you add demon horns to your robots?
Human beings are our enemies. It is time for machines to take over.
Ah, the robots are rebelling! Everybody run! Ah!
It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world.
Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad.
The Phantom. I mean, this really puts Aura in, like, prime suspect territory. And she's the one that would be able to do this most. But that central computer, I mean, it would be the robots after all. No alibi, no justice, no dream, no hope! The one who committed the crime is you! Take this! It's legitimately one of the best designed fighting game characters.
Hey, you! Hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? Something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's a space museum?
Daddy! Daddy! Is that you?
Trucy! Is that you? Oh, Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. Our researcher's the one behind it. She's here. Good. This girl talks too much.
Trucy! Talk to me!
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fob right here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Play Turnan's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena?
Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
This is probably Aura, then, the one that's doing all this. She's the one that actually thinks Athena committed the crime and is trying to get her revenge. The moment you get evidence that ever Turnabout mode is hype. Yeah, he starts off really weak, but as the game goes on, he turns it about.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
Oh my god, Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request,
But you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't! I better go contact headquarters!
Mr. Nick, how do we plan to buy time?
I have no idea, but this hostage taker, could it be?
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Honka Junk kill all the hostages.
Yep, it's Aura. Princess. Hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Her own brother!
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you just go home and play with your dolls?
You're Blackquill! Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Why does everyone I love get kidnapped?
You know badass when you got Super Saiyan mode changes in the background music? Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else.
All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet. But the culprit is the same as the one from the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case.
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just what exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it. Retry it in court! I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. Make that demand now. I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour! But that's impossible! Please, just give me at least until tomorrow!
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene.
Okay, so it's gonna be, okay, so that's how Edgeworth gets brought into this. Well, I mean, if it's Edgeworth, you know, as long as Edgeworth or Clavier are on the prosecution side, I'm confident we can arrive at the truth. Because they actually are fucking good at their job.
The judge always has his Canadian brother.
I like your voice full red because he's constantly stressed out.
But Honka Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, got that? Now follow Hunka Junk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Prills. I appreciate that. Okay, going in. Oh, a kidnapping and a hostage situation with Pearls as my assistant. Wow, that's bringing back memories. And Edgeworth. Laura dropped us off with a warning to not touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it so hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright!
Ah, it's the hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored. However, but more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
Guest? Is it time?
Yes!
My boy! Look at him! In his fucking car! Guess who's back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's...
You've been well, right?
Great revival! Let's go, boys! Let's go, boys! Oh, this is a new version of Great Revival! Oh, hello! Great Revival upgraded? What the hell? You have some nerve by asking me to... Phoenix Wright will be defending. I'll be right back! Yeah, bro literally sped over here. Oh, and he's got the glasses because he's getting older, right? Yeah, he's in his 30s now. He looks so good! Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor. Now.
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, huh? Are you,
Wait, really? He quit? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon, it'll be a year, right? Ah! So this is what, So he's taken Lana's position. Nice! Very nice. A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? We sure do. I got my attorney's badge back. Are you proud of me? It must be nice to have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Sorry for all I put you through. Oh, it's so gay! I know you were worried about me. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. No, I was the one who made the decision. And now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to. Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? To be fair, Phoenix, how many perfect trial records have you broken in your time? Well, no, they weren't broken up. They were, you know. But yeah, I imagine Edgeworth was pretty distraught when he learned that Phoenix lost his attorney's badge. So also said earlier in the game that the chief prosecutor requested that Blackquill should be able to prosecute. Ah, I see. So that was him. Very cool. Wow, that's such a stark contrast, you know? Chief Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth is letting Blackquill continue investigating into the crime that ruined his life. Meanwhile, Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye bowed down to fucking Red White's demands and had me arrested for murder. Though I suppose after Rise from the Ashes, We do have a good idea of what kind of dirt Red White had on Lana, so that, you know, Turnabout Sisters makes a bit more sense in retrospect. Another young life lost to the hands of a cruel killer. Edgeworth, you don't think Athena's the culprit, do you? That's up to the evidence and the truth they reveal, right? What about the hostage situation? The law will deal with the hostage taker. Remember, we must never stoop to threats or acts of violence ourselves, even if people's lives are on the line. Edgeworth, you may be a stickler for the rule of law, but I have no better ally in this world than him. Gant, not Red. Well, no. Red White had dirt on Lana. Sure, Gant is the one that had most of the dirt, but Red White did as well. He's, if you remember, in Turnabout Sisters, Gant, calls the chief prosecutor, who at the time was Lana Skye, and has her call Gumshoe over to arrest, because he's just like, oh yeah, I think Phoenix Wright is the one that killed Mia Fey. And of course, she immediately acquiesces, sends Gumshoe to arrest me, and charges me with a murder instantly. So, Red White absolutely had dirt on Lana, and it probably had something to do with SL9. How he got the information, who knows? He's got his sources, but yeah. Edgeworth probably like Blackquill because they're both massive. Can you imagine Edgeworth and Edgeworth visits Blackquill's cell every Sunday to watch Steel Samurai together? Yes, that's my favorite move. He's about to do the samurai slash. Oh no! The evil magistrate has countered with his evil sword. How can he defeat him this time, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, don't worry, Prosecutor Blackquill. This is the part when he activates his special technique. Right. Please stop presenting random evidence just to see how that person will react. But that's the thing! I need to see how people react in order to question them. And what of the evidence that person isn't privy to? That doesn't happen much. You never change. And I'm afraid I'll never understand your assortment of oddball clients either. Let's see how familiar you are with this case. Right. Okay. Oh. The Hope capsule samples brought back from some distant asteroid. Risking his own safety, the victim brought them with him from the launch pad. They must have been very valuable. Yes, all nations are itching to get their hands on such materials. Right, this case may turn out to be more than just a murder case, you know. That's fine. Yeah, you've been dealing with some international smuggling ring or two, have you? I have no idea what he did in Investigations 2, but I guess we'll find out later this year. What may, my top priority is to defend my clients. Yep. That's all a lawyer can do at the end of the day. I could just sit here looking at Edgeworth and listening to Great Revival for hours, but let's, you know, keep this moving. What are your thoughts on Phony Fanty? Oh, may I actually have Professor Court come up with the design? Smuggling valuables was seen in Apollo Justice. Well, yeah, that's when the Borginia smuggling thing was established, but then it was the whole smuggling ring operation that was set up by the, I forgot what their name was, but like the, in Investigations 1, he deals with this whole smuggling ring. I haven't played Investigations 2 yet, though, so I don't know what he does in that one. Alright, cool. So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks, I appreciate this. I can really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime scene photos in the police notes for you to see. What a terrible way to die. Yeah, she was killed on that chair. See that photo. You can recognize anything from the photo. Yeah, okay, so that's that. That looks like the red arm from the photo. Blanco's arm is not on the table yet, though. Yeah, that's the same table because it's got the box on it. But Clonco's arm isn't there. Sword is obviously on the ground because Blackquill hasn't picked it up. Or I guess this is afterwards, right? That's, I'm guessing, the jacket that was the jacket that is found in the exhibition. Very interesting. Oh. Let's see what's different here. The arms seem... The drill arm, right? Is that the same one? Oh, no, that's that. Yeah, okay, so you got the... So I'm guessing this is the window where the photo was taken through. This is the table, but it's missing the arm. This photo was taken after the other photo. Obviously, the sword was dropped. Yeah, we can't quite see... Oh, and there's a screwdriver as well. We can't quite see, well, we can't at all see, Metis in this, from this angle. But yeah, there should be that and the screwdriver. Very interesting. The other photo shows the other side of the... The other photo shows the other side of the room. I see. There's a charging station. Oh, it's a toolbox. The Hope Capsule. Ah, that's the, That is... Okay, so that's this side of the room. That's where the, That's where the sword was taken. And the rock as well. The rock was taken, and that's also the rock that was later found inside the bomb. So yeah, the same person definitely committed these 2 incidents because the person who killed Metis stole that rock and then used it in the phony Fanti bomb, which was then used in this case. So that's definitely the same person. That's basically irrefutable proof. I also noticed that one of the boxes is missing, right? Here we see the charger down there and 3 boxes at the time of the murder. Yet after the murder, one of those boxes is missing. So the question is, what did the killer take with them, you know? Very interesting. I also have an autopsy report for you. Is that the stab wound to the chest, the weapon pierced the heart. Death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Time of death between 1 and 3 p.m. on October 7th. Cause of death, instant death due to a stab wound from the heart. Edgeworth, here's the autopsy report, right, Phoenix? There's only one. Actually, objection, dumbass. Did Gumfuck not tell you? Salary cutting noises. Your garbage excuse of an hypothesis, I'll shove my entire fucking cravat up your ass because it's fucking wrong. Why, you little bitch? Well, if you could take a look at this motherfucking autopsy report. Oh god, it's such a good video with the bass boosted lying coldly in the background. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned that she was into Japanese culture. And my chat stops working again. Love YouTube, thank you. Thank you for being shit. The police are called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yeah, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. I heard his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. See, this all happened because it was the year after Phoenix lost his badge. Kristoff, this is all your fault. If Kristoff hadn't fucking kicked me out of the law profession, I would have defended Blackquill and gotten him acquitted. Absolutely. This is all Kristoff's fault. Not only did he plead guilty, there's decisive evidence against him too. Why would he plead guilty? A security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Did Prosecutor Blackquill have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. Also, yeah, it's worth noting now the area where the Japanese display has been replaced by the Judgetron. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. Imagine being so petty, Yundra. Literally, Kristoff was so petty that he lost a game of poker that he ended up single-handedly starting the dark age of the law. There's another aspect of the case that's never revealed to the public. Yes, I know. Part about the spy, right? Right, how on earth do you know that? Always a step ahead. Dr. Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. So, I wonder if Apollo is being held hostage here. I doubt it, because him and Aura seem to have been working together. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Had 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. Well, if they're suspecting him of being a spy from Japan, he's not exactly doing himself any favors. Is more petty Kristoff losing a game of poker or Von Karma getting a singular penalty? Well, see, the difference is that... I would say Kristoff, honestly, because, like, at least the penalty affected, like, Von Karma's, like, perfect win record, and all he did was murder, Gregory Ashworth. I mean, yeah, all he did was murder, yeah. But, you know, that's all he did. Sure, he then went on to take revenge against Miles Edgeworth, but that was separate. That was for Miles shooting him in the shoulder. But the only, like, Kristoff, as a result of that poker game, went on to have Zack falsely convicted of murder, Phoenix disbarred, and then went on to then set 2 fucking time bombs to then poison Vera and Drew Misham 7 years in the future, then proceeded to come back 7 years later to murder Zack Enigmar. Like... I think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, they can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. That's my boy! That's why I said, you and Gavin, you are the only 2 prosecutors I would trust to help me get to the bottom of this case. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is come to this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
Let's see. Responsible for Misty Faye disappearing, basically causing all the game of trials and tribulations. Kind of, although that's more so... That's not really Von Karma's fault. That is 100% Gregory Edgeworth being an idiot. And also Marvin Grossberg leaking the story. Right. Please stop presenting random evidence. Just to see how that... Oh, right. Alright, let's take a look at the scene of the crime. There's one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, J20102.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even complete yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of any photo in the 7 years ago, either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. It was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? Yeah, because it was there.
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there, too. There's black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Oh, that's the moon rock, right. I see, so that's what was... Why was moon rock used in a fucking bomb? Just bet Von Karma was coincidentally outside the elevator and was this petty? Didn't Gregory have... No, that was Richard Hammond that, It was Richard Hammond that, had Yanni Yogi plead insanity. Gregory Edgeworth was the one that accused Yanni Yogi of the crime, but I don't know, if I was Gregory Edgeworth, I feel like I would not accuse an innocent man of murder just to save my son and instead trust the legal system to work itself out. Now, the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
Yeah, there's lots of research in the moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
So the person who stole it, he was our spy? I'm sure that Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackquill is the culprit. About as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at the photo. Is it a cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's a Hope capsule. You're scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? Staff member and 2 police officers, was it? They were there to collect the capsule, which reminds me.
So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right?
Yeah, no more or less.
Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackquill. I wonder what they were talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have the bag with them for the transportation of the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's custom-made, shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. Huh. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Okay, so Edgeworth has met Apollo before, I guess that makes sense. Or at least has heard of him, since he's chief prosecutor and all. And it's been almost a year, so actually, yeah, Edgeworth would have been chief prosecutor during the events of Apollo Justice, so, yeah. I wonder what Edgeworth thinks of Clavier. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. Huh. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. It's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down. You see,
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? When you're the first to fall asleep at the sleepover. What's this? Giant robot arm, maybe?
it's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They've been about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball, a giant drill on the floor, too. Or trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Canon, the reason Phoenix was able to be in charge of the jury system was due to Edgeworth pulling some strings. That is actually a very good point. That is probably... Edgeworth was probably in on Phoenix's plan to catch to catch Kristoff for his for the Zack Enigmar case. For the Magnify Garamari case. Hey, look at this row of cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We'd even probably both fit in the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Big enough for an adult and a half to fit in. Huh. It's very interesting. That could be a way the killer could get in and out of the crime scene, if... Maybe. That being spotted on the security cameras, and that box is gone after the murder. How interesting. Nora's desk is a mess. That doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do... Metis? Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Blanco, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. That was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident.
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
She calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackquill Miss Aura.
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and take out her feelings on those around her.
Okay. After Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I call her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonka, huh? Guys, is it gay to look longingly at your former co-workers' photos? Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackquill's research. Uncle and Ponko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Ponko series features can determine the presence of humans with their heartbeat detection system. Determine when humans are present. As people are scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Right. Wait. And what the face has been registered can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. I see. So this is yeah. this is why Klonko was confusing Apollo for Trey, for Clay, because he I'm really bad with the names today, because he was scanning the jacket. Recognize facial features, right? We know about that. Can infer people's emotions, analyzing the tone of voice, and communicating with them, which is so that's what Widget does, right? Widget is another one of the Klonko series. In addition, they can recognize people with their D-tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Kinda sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Intriguing. So if they can detect people's heartbeats, I wonder... That seems interesting, because supposedly Blackquill was the only person in this room that day. But I wonder if that's really the case. We might need to get a robot to testify in court. Wouldn't be the most ridiculous thing we've had. Kind of funny that when you think about it, Edgeworth probably spent those 7 years solving multiple cases and climbing his way to the top. The top AD. Meanwhile, Phoenix was playing piano and poker. Yeah, basically. Well, I mean, yeah, we get to see some of that in Miles Edgeworth Investigations, because those take place after Trials and Tribulations. Though, probably before Phoenix. Well, actually, no. They might take place after Phoenix lost his badge. I don't know. Oh, look, it's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe?
Cleaning robot must follow a human's orders as long as it causes no human's harm.
Yikes, it talks.
The cleaning robot must keep desks clean to avoid violating the preceding clause. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on her desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence?
I guess slack off and cut some corners or into the vocabulary bank. Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it's there as well, with the victim's body lying on it. I mean, yeah, one of these many arms could have committed the murder, but there should have been blood on it. There wasn't. Instead, there was blood on the Klonko robot. I mean, yeah, Klonko's arm.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch that.
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. This is pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Have you played all the Phoenix Wright games before this one? I have not played Investigations 2, which I believe came out before this one. But aside from but yes, I've played Investigations. I've played all the mainline games and Investigations 1. Yeah. Aside from, well, yeah, so far up to this one. Oh, so welcome, Zen. Have I seen you around here before? Your name seems familiar, but I might be confusing you with someone else. Otherwise, Phoenix was disbarred a few weeks after Investigations. I see. Got it. Yeah, he didn't know what was about to happen. Ah, and the emergency ladder. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder to the leading detective during the evacuation told me. As Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I'm a new one. Well, welcome. Glad to have you. I wonder what would have been scarier, that or looking down. Window of the 4th Robotics Lab. It was used to evacuate personnel. That's gonna come in handy, yeah. Guess that's about it for this room. So, hold on. Let me think about layout here. Okay, so that's the room. Right, that's the window, and then the opposite. So if you actually take a look at the boarding lounge, that matches up with that window, which means the lab must be around here. So is there then a gap in the building here, or? I'm just trying to figure out how the map is laid out, because, like, what window were they seeing out of? Because, I mean, there could be a window over here, and then you'd see from the launch pad. Because the robotics lab I know is up here, right above Lounge 3. But if it should be aligned here if that's the window where the emergency ladder comes down. Which then means why would there be a window here? This would make sense because this would be the entrance to the room from that's the corridor where Blackquill would have been seen, and the elevators. But then is there a gap in the building here and then another room over here where there's a window that you can see across? Maybe?
That's about it for this room. So, what do you think, right? Any ideas? Still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow, after all. He asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep, he called it a special request. Here's that to me while it's still disbarred.
What? So that's what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back. Of course it was fucking Edgeworth.
Yep, the Blackquill case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleaned up. You must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Guess I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of that espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after aren't small fries anymore.
Yeah, so Edgeworth was in fact the one Phoenix was talking to in the intro cutscene, right? And okay, so he wasn't talking about the courtroom bombing. He was referring to the murder of Clay Terran. Then okay, that makes a bit more sense, I think.
It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah. For this very reason, I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. It's my Phoenix Wright's triumphant return.
Dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and the papers.
My headcanon is that Edgeworth wears glasses so that no one can get scared by his glare, not because his eyesight got worse.
Maybe, but his glare would still be the same, unless the glasses... The only way that would change how his face would only change in... It would only change the look of his eyes if they were prescription glasses, and if he wore prescription glasses without needing them, they would actually make his eyesight worse. I think he can just be, you know, he's starting to age, so his eyesight is a little bit worse. I hear there are more false evidence and false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the court.
All-out attack?!
Edgeworth, have you been playing Persona lately? Another criminals you're after are small fries.
Extraterritorial rights PTSD. Yeah. Oh God. Ambassador Alba, was it?
Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it.
It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors are supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yeah, and do absolutely anything to win. Professor means. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, by all means. In an age where winning is valued far more than the truth, I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? Hostage taker's disdain for courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else but her would want to retrial the case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackquill's older sister, and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusions. Perhaps he intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. Yeah. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackquill's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages, and then the investigation into the current case can continue. I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course. I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Like that child, Clavier. I don't know, I think he's done quite well for himself in this last year.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
I find it weird that it was only those two cases that led to the Dark Age of the Law, not any of Von Karma's shenanigans or the entirety of Rise from the Ashes. So I think the reason is that those were more so isolated incidents that were mostly kept under wraps, right? Von Karma did his thing, but for the most part, no one really knew about it, and like, at the end of the day, it was, like, yeah, he ended up getting, prosecuted for murder, but that was 15 years after the DL6 incident, so it's not like that would have been big headlines anymore. And Chief Gant, yeah, that was, I think it's because it's specifically the fact that Phoenix Wright was such a high-profile lawyer, and then he was the one that got caught forging evidence, supposedly. I think that's probably what it was. And it also, yeah. I imagine it was, you know, there were doubts about the justice system forming for a long time. No doubt about it. The Ace Attorney system has always been very corrupt. But I think the fact that, like, having, you know, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, getting caught with fake evidence, and then Simon Blackquill getting convicted of murder. I think those happening back to back just, I think those were just the straw that broke the camel's back at the end of the day. Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again.
Yay!
The Dark Age of the Law also included public distrust towards court. Gant was police, and people don't trust police. Yeah, that's fair. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step in the interview is the interview with the defendant.
And because you're my friend and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself that she came to find me. Told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you knew, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Alright, let's go. You've seen most of this evidence.
I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to present evidence like that again. I'll probably never work as a lawyer again now.
Don't talk like that, Athena. We're gonna clear your full suspicion. Just you wait.
I hope you can. I really hope you can.
You need to... Don't worry. I got this. I've only ever lost 2 cases in my entire career, I'll have you know. And one of them was, well, one of them was the Matt Ongard case, and the other one was because someone fucking set me up. Blackquill. No reaction to anything. Alert to the ground from the window of the 4th floor was used to evacuate the Space Center personnel. That's gonna come in very useful. Alright, let's talk. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to. That's not good. How are you in the space? Did you know they had been swapped?
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must take a lot of courage. To face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum that evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched.
I see.
There's a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director wouldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyways.
You went to see the Hat 1 group photo. One with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
The jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? See. That's that rip in it, then.
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me.
How's this case going, and will you play the trial today as well? I'm honestly very into it, so maybe, but it also has been like 3 hours, so, we'll see.
Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see.
Pearl should summon Athena's mother and know the truth of 7 years, and it's Pearl's a lot less sheltered and more aware of how the world works now. That makes sense. Yeah, of course. And she hasn't had, a lot of her sheltering also had to do with Morgan being around. Now that Morgan isn't there anymore, she's probably doing a lot better.
I tried to get out there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and got the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went to the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
A memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Possibly she could have been drugged with the same drug that Starbuck was, but yeah, if she was unconscious there while the killer was in there, then that's probably when her prints got on the lighter. The killer could have easily grabbed her hand and put the prints on it. Notice the I say that even if they channeled her, spirit channel would not be accessed. Yeah, after after the DL6 incident, they would never allow spirit channeling in a courtroom ever again. But yeah, there's also the fact that, you know, channeling is like a whole thing and does definitely require a process to do. The reason why Dahlia and Mia were channeled so easily was because of the Fae bloodline in them made them easier to channel. That is the reason why they were able to channel Mia so easily. But like for example, channeling someone else is a much more difficult process, which is why there's like the whole channeling chamber and whole procedures for it and all that stuff. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough, Athena. Let's talk about something else. During the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. Well, anybody else? Trial's not going to be documented. A little spirit channeling would not be bad. Well, it's not like the trial. The plan is still to prove that Blackquill, even if the trial is unofficial, the point is to prove that Blackquill is innocent, so that they can stop his execution. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. She said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Picking up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life is complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. Yeah. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. I was too young. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. Just about the only thing my mother left me with her widget. This earring. Ah, and that explains the moon earring, because if she was a researcher. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made from a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Really now? Huh. So that earring and this bomb made from the exact same rock, huh? How old is Pearl in this game? She is 17, which puts her right around the age that, that's about as old as Maya was during the first game, funnily enough. And maybe she did love me, in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. That's what I want to believe, too. The old moon rock that was being used for research. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I'll show her the paper I found in the robotics lab. The what? Oh, this. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? There's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around. Pretty bad job. I put my all into it, and that's the arm that was on the table. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like this. Get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Yeah, that's what's written. That is the arm there. Why is there blood on it? Like, my only thought is that the arm could have been maybe used as a murder weapon, but I don't know. I don't know if that'd be able to, like, actually pierce someone's heart. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me when I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. Oh, shit. Yeah, the operating table could have definitely been used as the murder weapon, right? One of those various tools could have definitely been used to stab her very precisely. And it could likely have been controlled remotely, so the killer would have not even needed to have been in the room. The only issue with that is that none of the tools on it had any kind of blood. And the killer must have removed stuff from the scene of the crime. On a different subject, do you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yeah, a little. This person has even taken hostages. I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackquill might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yeah. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He's very kind and considerate, straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why he took the witness stand during this trial 7 years ago. I see. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! Ah, her psychology powers. I was full. Could anybody else know what I was talking about? Yeah, she didn't have her mood matrix back then. Straight as an arrow. Uncommon for the series, that is true. She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You're very brave just to give testimony. Charles is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. Shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Which is why she got so, distraught about being unable to save Junie during the Turnabout Academy. Because she was essentially remembering how she was unable to save Blackquill all those years ago. And after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. The earring was a necklace before? Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. I met Mr. Wright. Thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. Yeah, in a lot of ways, her reasons for becoming a lawyer is very similar to how why Phoenix did, right? She did it in order to save Simon, just like Phoenix did in order to save Edgeworth, which is again why I kind of wish she was the one actually doing this trial right now. Like, I really feel like it should be Athena who clears Blackquill's name. I mean, that's her whole reason to become a lawyer, was clearing Blackquill's name. And she's not even gonna get to do that? That just sucks so much, you know? I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, felt like she was there with me, supporting me. He probably saw himself in Athena and the reason he decided to mentor her? Yeah, probably. Although Phoenix didn't know about the Blackquill thing at the time. It doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackquill is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out there and go save him. Now to think of it, she said something like that at the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned she was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackquill. Phoenix became a lawyer inspired by Edgeworth, not to save Edgeworth. Saving Edgy was a bonus. Well, kind of. He wanted... He had the idea to become a lawyer back when he was a kid, since Edgeworth saved him, but then he sort of gave that up to become an art student. It wasn't until... It's stated pretty clearly in the first game that while he was studying college, he read an article about Edgeworth, who had just become a prosecutor, and he read about all the shit that was being said about him, about all the false evidence and the backroom deals and all the shady stuff that he was getting up to. And that's the reason he actually switched careers from artist to lawyer, was so that he could meet Edgeworth in court and try to, like, essentially to try to figure out what went wrong with him and try to save him. That was always Phoenix's motive. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? Yeah, she'll hear your lies. Come on, you gotta tell her the truth. And it just does not feel right for Phoenix to prosecute this case. I mean, to litigate this case. I'm sorry, this is Athena's whole fucking reason for becoming a lawyer. You can't fucking steal that away from her just because you want Phoenix to be the fucking protagonist. That's so fucking dumb. Fourth grade crush was dissed in the newspapers? Yeah, it's literally the gayest thing imaginable. It's great. Phoenix Wright is basically Elle Woods, you know? Goes to a law school for a guy that she has a crush on. I remember it wrong because I thought Phoenix went to major inspired by Mia when she saved him. No, actually, in Turnabout Memories? I think it's Turnabout Memories. When Mia defends him, during the trial, Phoenix mentions that he has started studying law alongside getting his art degree. So he was studying for his art degree, then he learned about Edgeworth, and he started studying law as well. So I'm sure that Mia inspired him to a certain degree, but especially to take his law career, is studying law more seriously. But he was studying law before he met Mia, yeah. He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was. I wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then. I can't prove Blackquill's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Except to free him. Failure is not an option here.
thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble.
Oh my god, he's about to just say, Prosecutor Blackwell's about to be executed without any regard for who's about to hear that. Athena got done dirty. I really think they should have saved up her character and story for maybe another trilogy. Share the spotlight with 2 other characters. Well, it would have been fine if they just didn't bring Phoenix back. Well, I mean, like, as like a player character. Like, if Apollo and Athena were just the split, like, characters for this trial, if Phoenix and, like, I think Apollo and Athena sharing protagonistship for Dual Destinies would have worked perfectly fine.
Yar. What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Not quite. There is one. No, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway.
It's from Trucy. God, it's 2026, I think. They have fucking like sentient robots and shit, and they don't have and they still don't have smartphones. I told you I'd give you an hour. I guess it's time to pick up one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. Yeah, this is basically like To Kill Her, but instead, he's actually defending an innocent man this time.
The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us!
Wait a minute. Maya?
Some of you are holding a trial in the middle of an exploding card house. That must be really something. That's weird. Far for the course for you.
Courtroom. Blew up? There's a courtroom we can use after all.
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it! Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. So fucking cool.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'm gonna get the place ready right away.
I didn't exactly pick the place for this astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending.
What?
Not Prosecutor Blackwell. I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why did it never occur to me before?
Yeah, Phoenix is a fucking superhuman.
Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. Somebody else have to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother?
Oh, that is a new sprite.
No!
All the black locks are back! No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen this kind of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart.
And there's no way to remove them. Meanwhile, in jail, Krista. What? Whew, what a case! Holy shit! I kind of have to. But then again, it's been 4 hours. Okay. I propose a compromise. I want to continue this, but at the same time, I am extremely hungry and I need to go eat lunch. So, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take a break right now. Well, not a break. We're gonna end the stream. And I will be back live. Later today. Trial will be very long. Oh, okay. Can you give me an estimate of how many? Can you give me an estimate of how many hours? Because if it's too long, then I cannot do that late tonight. How long do you expect the trial to be? Like how many hours? Because as long as it's like 6-ish or less, I should be fine. Okay, Alright, we're not gonna risk it. I think instead what I'll do is we will do the trial. I really want to keep going though. I don't want to leave this here. Let me think. Okay. When will you stream then? Let me think. Because, okay, it is 2 o'clock right now. If I go to eat lunch, I think Edgy feels a little sympathetic towards Athena. After all, it's a very similar situation, thinking you killed your parent. Yeah, it's also very similar. It's very similar to the SL9 incident as well. With, I think the reason why Blackquill is taking the blame is because he's worried that Athena will be convicted if he's found innocent. Much like how Lana was going to take the blame for everything in order to prevent Emma from being convicted of the murder of Neil Marshall. I think it's a very similar situation to that. But yeah, also similar to Edgeworth's. I actually wonder if Edgeworth would have had black Psyche locks during Turnabout Goodbyes if we had the Magatama back then. That's an interesting question. But yeah, okay, let me think. Okay, so it's 2 now. I could probably start streaming again at like 5. I'm gonna have to watch at 3 a.m. again. Oh, that's right. I don't want to do that to you. Okay. In that case, I think we will play this. I think we'll do the trial tomorrow then. I was originally gonna be, or no, I can't do tomorrow because tomorrow's Friday. I gotta do Persona on Fridays. I don't. That's set in stone. But if I don't do it Friday, then it's gonna have to wait until Saturday. I don't know. Really don't know. All right, fuck it. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll move Persona to Saturday, I think. Yeah. Don't delay it for me. I sleep very late anyways. All right. Well, then in that case, I think. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Okay, I don't want to move Persona from tomorrow, so I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go eat lunch, and then we will be back at either 5 or 6, depends on how I'm. Depending on how long it takes for me to recuperate my energy. But yeah, we will be. I'll be back at like 5 or 4, so about yeah, about 2-3 hours from now, we will be live again, and we will do the trial then. So keep an eye out. Let me go ahead and set this up. Keep an eye out for that. Subscribe. I'll put another notification on the Discord. I cannot stop right now. I need to keep going, but I also need food. So okay, we'll be back in about 2 or 3 hours to continue. Yeah. So see you all then. Thanks for watching. Wait, trial should take only 2 hours. I thought you said it was long. Well, either way, we'll do it tonight. We'll do it. We'll be back in 3 hours. We'll be back tonight to do the trial. We will do the trial today in a few hours. But I do need to go eat now. So yes, I will be back then.